Yeah.
Do. Okay, I think, well, I guess we have a few minutes before we go on. Oh, we got people in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, the actual exhibit list index,
Yes, ma'am.
is that attached to the final copy of the transcript?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll be able to see that whenever you file the final version of each day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, well. I don't see that we have anyone else waiting. Are there any procedural matters that we're going to need to deal with? Not hearing anything from anyone.
Your
I
Honor,
just,
I have.
hey, you want to identify yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Michael.
Well, we're not
McMillan.
on the record yet. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Regardless, Michael McMillan for OPL. I
Uh-huh.
just heard from Mr. Pollock that he has an important medical appointment today that should be very brief from
Okay,
about 3:30 to about 4 Mountain Time.
okay,
So he'll be unavailable during that time, but otherwise we haven't.
okay. Thank you. Are we gonna have anything else procedural? No. Okay. All right, Mr. Lee, if we can go back on the record. Good morning. We are here for day 3 of the hearing in case number 20-00238. And I made inquiry. I don't believe we have anything procedural that we need to take care of at this particular instant. I'd like to indicate for the record that I did receive via the email SPS's responses to bench request 7, which was the cash flow question from Commissioner Hall, and bench request 8, which is the S&P document about how credit adjustments are made. I will give the parties an opportunity to review those and then ask this afternoon whether or not anyone has any objections regarding those bench request responses. So with that, I believe when we recessed yesterday, the Commissioner Chairman Fishman had finished his questions for SPS witness Mr. Luth, and that I had indicated that I had a few questions. So, good morning, Mr. Luth. Yep, there you go. Now you're unmuted. How are you?
Well rested, thank you.
Awesome. To me, the main area of your testimony has to do with the SPS, the cost of service, and the New Mexico jurisdictional cost. And in reviewing your testimony, you indicate you begin on page 20 under section 5, the class cost of service study, and you begin talking about it. And then on page 21, you testify the question posed at line 6 and 7, what are the primary factors that can drive differences in the results of the cost of service study between rate proceedings? So you begin on doing that. And what I'd like to focus in on is your testimony that begins at line 12, where you say, in this filing, non-fuel energy related costs at Sagamore represent a similar major shift in the relationship of functional cost in New Mexico as the Hale Wind Project did in case number 19-00170. The allocation of Sagamore and Hale costs by energy means that customer classes with higher levels of kWh consumption throughout the test year will be allocated, and then we go on to the next page 22, a larger share of the increase in non-fuel energy related costs than customer classes with lower levels of kWh consumption. That's your testimony?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. That's an accurate reading.
So just for the record, explain why that is. So, for example, under the traditional cost of service study allocation, where would the generation cost be allocated to the rate classes if they weren't energy costs?
Well, for our, I guess, traditional type of generation, coal or gas fires, the allocation has been done in the past and recognized that way at the commission using an AED 4CP demand-based allocation, which is is a peak-based demand allocation. And in our proposal in this proceeding for both Hale and Sagamore, SBS is allocating among the customer classes using an energy basis, which is a kWh basis allocation, and that is different than a demand-based allocation, which is based upon maximum levels of demand by the customer classes in the 4 peak months. And energy allocation is an allocation based upon the use of the production capacity throughout the year and production generation throughout the year, whether it's at peak times or off peak times, January or July. It's a measure or accumulation of all kWh over the course of the test year.
And why did you make the shift in the cost allocation?
I don't know, I would call it a shift. It's a change in our cost profile. In previous cases, we did not have Hale before the 19 case. And then in the current case, we did not have Sagamore as part of we did not have wind powered generation as part of our rate base. We had more traditional types of generation in our rate base, natural gas or coal fired generation. And so that is a shift in what type of costs are in our cost of service in the last 2 rate cases. And if I may, I can explain the basis for an energy related allocation in that, we explain it, or I explained it actually in my testimony.
And
once again, we do have a stipulation.
Right. And I wasn't trying to characterize. I wasn't trying to characterize the change. Perhaps I just was not precise enough in the use of the word shift. But your testimony says that the non-fuel energy related costs represent a similar shift in the relationship of functional costs. So I guess I'm just trying to determine what the shift is, and I believe you've testified what we're shifting from. And so I guess well, that's my explanation for why I use the word shift. Again, Mr. Luth, I'm not trying to characterize your testimony in any way, but please go ahead and explain to me what else you wanted to tell me about SPS's approach for this non-fuel energy costs.
The method of allocating non-fuel energy related costs in our proposal, and once again, as we're all aware, we do have a stipulation which has resolved all matters of dispute that have arisen during the course of this case, and this is a matter of dispute among SPS and the other parties in terms of how to allocate both Hale and Sagamore. But it is a different type of Hale and Sagamore are a different type of generation in that they're intermittent renewable generation, and we propose to allocate among the customer classes in New Mexico as well as Texas a different approach to the allocation of wind generation compared to combustion related or powered generation.
Well, would that particular proposal go to all renewable resources or just wind?
At this time, it would be all renewable resources. In a future filing, we don't have plans right now to change the allocation of Hale and Sagamore, and at this time, I'm not aware of any major solar developments on the scale of Hale and Sagamore.
And so then, based on what you've said, how does the stipulation resolve the disputes concerning SPS proposed energy allocation?
For the purposes of this case, it resolves it because the parties with informed advisors, technically sophisticated, have agreed upon an overall amount to be charged to each customer class. And that would include the Hale and Sagamore allocation, the jurisdictional changes, and any other allocation disputes. That was perhaps the most significant one. We also had how to value the AED allocation, whether it's a 1 CP or a 4 CP, weighting of the average load. But again, all issues are resolved through the stipulation, but there's no agreement as to, or any assumptions in the stipulation for the allocation of any specific costs going forward. It's just a resolution of what is at issue in this filing.
So you're saying then that if someone looks at this filing, they're not going to know how the costs from Hale and Sagamore were allocated?
Well, they'll know how each party would prefer it, if they read everyone's testimony. However, there is no resolution of the allocation of Hale and Sagamore in this case, in the stipulation. There's a resolution of all cost of service matters applicable to each customer class in New Mexico through the stipulation.
And how were the costs for Hale allocated in 19-100-170?
We had a similar result there with it was no stipulation. There was black box, so to speak, and that there was no precedent set, no underlying assumptions.
And was the issue the
Similar
same?
to the resolution in this case.
Okay. And was the issue the same in that SPS proposed to allocate it as energy only, and the other parties had different opinions?
For that particular matter, yes, that was an issue. There were, as in this case, other matters in dispute, which were resolved through the stipulation.
And is there any guidance in the 170044 CCN approval of Hale and Sagamore as to how the energy was going to be allocated?
Not for this case, and really not for interclass allocation that I'm aware of. So no, there wasn't any guidance that I can recall.
Well, if the stipulation doesn't resolve the issue, don't you think he's just kicking it down the can? This will be the second time the can gets kicked.
To the
Mr.
extent
Liu?
that the SBS has a different allocation from that preferred by other parties, I suppose, so to speak, the can is kicked to the next rate case filing.
How do you allocate it in Texas?
We have a similar allocation in Texas. It's a line loss adjusted KWH allocation in Texas among the customer classes. And that is our proposal, and I expect it'll be in dispute, although I do not know that for sure yet because the parties have not filed testimony.
Has it been approved?
We had a stipulation settlement in Texas for the Hale filing, and it's currently pending for the Sagamore filing, which of course also includes Hale currently
Right.
in Texas.
Right. In the last rate case, just for Hale, was your energy only proposal approved?
Among the customer classes, it was not approved nor rejected. It was the subject of a black box settlement.
Mr. Luke, further on in your testimony on page 29, and question that's posed at line 10 and 11, why are the Sagamore and Hale costs according to KWH instead of the AED-4CP? And you begin your answer at line 12, as discussed in the jurisdictional allocation section of my testimony, Sagamore and Hale are not considered capacity resources. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Then you go on to say, additionally, to the commission approved the parties' agreement in case number 17-00044 that Sagamore, like the Hale facility placed into service earlier, should be allocated among the jurisdictions according to energy. That's your testimony?
It is.
Well, if the commission approved Sagamore and Hale in 17-00044, and according to you, said it should be placed or allocated among the jurisdictions according to energy, then why is there any dispute
I think the there is some dispute in this case, or at least going forward for the allocation among the jurisdictions. One of the parties, I think, might have been FEA, LES, recommended a different jurisdictional allocation next time for Hale and Sagamore than energy. And so the order in 1740-0044 was a limited time frame for the allocation. And again, that's among the jurisdictions, not among the customer classes in each jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. You go on page 30, continuing your answer. And at line 1, you say, the reasonableness of an energy allocation of wind resources built in part to reduce fuel costs is further indicated by the reduction in monthly levels of fuel and purchased power energy costs offset by Sagamore and Hale production, reducing fuel and purchased power cost adjustment clause, the FPPCAC, applicable to each customer class for energy used each month. Since the costs recoverable under the FPPCAC are allocated by energy, customer classes with higher levels of energy usage benefit to a larger extent from lower FPPCAC costs with the operation of Sagamore and Hale than customer classes with lower levels of energy usage. So that's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
So then basically, if the user of more kWh is going to pay more of the cost, then they're also going to get more of the FPPCAC lower cost or refund benefit, correct?
Well, I'd modify your assumption in your question just a little bit, in that unless the allocation of fuel costs changes, to some other kind of allocation other than energy kWh, customer classes with higher levels of kWh energy consumption already are and will continue to have a higher level of fuel savings from the operation of Hale and Sagamore than customer classes with lower levels of energy savings or energy consumption, I'm sorry. But that would be the result of the allocation that SPS proposed.
Right.
For Hale.
Right. And if I look at if you want to grab the stipulation and look at the first page of Exhibit A. And are you there, sir? And
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in the Exhibit A to the STIP, page 1 of 7, page 1 is entitled Settlement Rate Design Increase by Class. We've looked at this before. But if you go over to the 5th column, you have the FPPCAC increase, which actually those are all negatives, right?
I could have, or that column could have been entitled better. Yes.
And my understanding of this is that basically, this is an adjustment.
Yes, it is from the. I'm
Go ahead,
sorry,
sir.
if you wanted to finish your question, I apologize.
Well, you can characterize your adjustment better than I can. So I'll just leave it at the negative is an adjustment, correct?
Yes,
Why?
it's an adjustment to recognize the change in test year fuel costs as a result of the operation of Sagamore.
And if I were just looking at the column right before it, which is the percentage of the base rate increase, so for example, if you look at total residential, that increase is 20.77%, correct?
Yes,
Do you know how that translates down to your typical customer?
in my testimony supporting the stipulation, I do have some bill comparisons for various customer classes.
Okay. Just
That
direct
would
me.
be, yes, attachment RML dash stip dash 2. It's a 14-page
Uh-huh.
attachment. And so for
I
residential,
am there.
so on pages 1, 2, 1 and 2 for residential customers, we have
Uh-huh.
various levels of consumption, and we have rounded numbers. There, the average consumption is closest year round to approximately 750 kWh. So the bill for a 750 kWh customer year round, and I'm looking at the annualized section of residential service, it's about an 11.2% increase. With a monthly bill of $82.53 at current rates would go to $91.78. It's a stipulation. And so the $9.25 increase is 11.2%. And
I'm sorry,
you can
sir.
see
I'm sorry, sir. So the $9 and
25-cent increase is an 11.2% increase. We have a similar comparison as well for residential heat service on the following page.
Okay. And what is that number for your large general service transmission customer?
Large general service transmission, there's a higher number of transmission backbone customers. And that'll be shown on page 7 of attachment RML dash stip dash 2. And the annualized typical customers closest to, I believe, 4 million kWh and 6,300 kW of demand. And there is a $2,107.72 reduction there.
I'm sorry, the number again?
$2,107.72 reduction. And that is a reduction of 1.2% of the overall bill.
Okay. And let's just do the other typical customers for your small general service class.
Okay, the average there, I believe, is approximately 1,000 kWh year round
Page,
per month.
page,
Page 3.
all right. So it's
And
1,000,
between, yes,
okay. Hang on, what? Somehow I reverted to, okay. All right. So the small general service annualized at 1,000, the monthly increase is $8.58.
that's correct.
And then that's a 9% increase.
Yes.
Okay. And what about your commercial and industrial service?
Commercial industrial service is probably best represented by the secondary general service customer class. That's a demand metered customer class.
Okay,
And that would be approximately 15,000 kWh and 35 kW of demand. And that would be on page 4.
all right. And that's a $72.20 increase per month, correct? Mr. Luth?
Yes, it would be $72.20. That's correct.
Approximately a 6.5% increase.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then your irrigation service annualized on page 5. What's the typical customer there?
That one I would have to look. We have a representative numbers there, but if you like, I can refer back to some of my previous attachments and determine that.
All right, sir, that would be good. Let's go ahead and do you know primary general service annualized?
I'm sorry, do you know general?
Primary general service. On page 6 of your RML2. What would be the typical customer there?
That again would be similar to secondary general service, 15,000 kWh and 35 kW of demand.
Okay, so a 41.22 monthly increase.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess that takes us to page 8, the large municipal and school service. Do you know the typical customer for that?
The best view there is in the middle at 20,000 kWh and 45 kW of demand.
Okay, so that's
That would be
67, 62 increase per month.
yes.
And then that same category under the time of use rate.
Yes, we don't really have a typical customer there because we do not have a customer on the time of use rate for large municipal and school.
Okay. But just in case you do, you have the rates ready.
I do. I would compare it to the general or standard service again, 20,000 kWh and 45 kW.
Okay.
And it'd be $45.08 increase or 3.6%.
And then what about on page 9, the small municipal and school?
That one should be the 500 kWh is most typical. And on the annualized there, it's $4.36, which is 8.6%.
Okay, and basically it looks like we could have just gone to page 12 of your exhibit.
Yes, that's correct.
Where you, I'm assuming, have the typical customer and the annualized rate numbers.
Yes, it looks like small municipal and service is closer to 1,000 at 821.
But so pages 12 through 14 actually represent the typical customer in that class and the annualized increase and percentage of change, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it looks like our numbers are just slightly different. For example, if you look at the residential service, when you were testifying, you said that the typical customer used 750 kWh, and there would be a $9.25 increase or 11.2%. But on your page 12 of 14 of your STIP exhibit 2, you're saying there's an $11 increase or an 11.4% increase. And I realize that perhaps the difference is because you use different kWh. Is there any other reason?
No, there wouldn't be. I'm looking at residential service, for example, at 900 kWh, which is pretty close to 895 kWh, and you're looking at an 11.4% increase annualized, which is the same on a percentage basis as 895, and it's just slightly more at 7 cents per month instead of $11.07 compared to $11 at 895 kWh.
Right, but that wasn't your testimony, Mr. Luth. When we first started this a few minutes ago, you told me that 750 kWh was the typical residential customer, and that on an annualized basis, or using that it was going to be a $9.25 a month increase or 11.2%. But yet on page 12, you have represented an 895 kWh. So which is the correct information? The one you testified here a few minutes ago, or the one that's on page 12 of your exhibit?
It would be page 12 of the exhibit. I failed to remember that I had pages 12 through 14 here. And my recollection was that it was closer to 750 kWh monthly per year.
Okay.
However, it is 895.
Okay. Sir, I'd like to refer to page 41 of your direct testimony. And on page 41, lines 6 through 7, you are asking the question, are there any differences in the allocation factor applied to production O&M expenses compared to case number 19-0070? UT. Mr. Luth, are you in fact referring to case number 19-00170?
Yes.
Again, let's look at page 46 of your testimony. And this is what we just talked about when we were looking at Exhibit A to the stipulation. And at lines 4 through 5, you pose the question, what principles have you relied upon in deciding how to distribute the proposed revenue increases among the customer classes? And then at lines 13 through 16, you say, the addition of Sagamore, as well as very recently Hale, to base rate revenue requirement, both of which resulted in over 60 million in fuel and purchase power cost reductions for New Mexico customers, albeit at different levels for different customer classes. That's your testimony, sir?
It is, yes.
Do you expect that level of reduction in fuel and purchase power costs to continue at the same level or at a different level, and why?
It will vary. Currently, natural gas prices are a bit higher than they were in the test year. And so the value of Hale and Sagamore has increased in terms of replacing power that would have otherwise been purchased or generated from a gas-fired generation.
Well, I'm just wondering, as you find out more about Sagamore, because it hasn't been in production that long, has it?
No, it's been around 7 months now.
Well, I'm just wondering if if the reduction might continue as the once you have a full year of data on Sagamore, or does that not make any difference?
The $39.9 million reduction that I have built into the overall bills for the various customer classes for the test year is based upon expected annual generation. It's a very detailed expected generation in that it's based upon, I didn't develop the forecast of generation, but it's an hourly forecast based upon historical averages of wind at the Sagamore location, as well as hail. And that will vary year to year to year to year. It made it be, for example, a very windy March this past year in 2021, and maybe less windy next year. But maybe it'll be more of a windy month in October this year than it was last year. So it will vary. And depending upon customer usage in those various months, the levels of savings from hail and Sagamore operation will vary. But the 60 million is a good basis for comparison under test year conditions. That's under review in this case.
And as SPS peak months are in the summer.
That's correct. Yes.
Approximately June through September.
Yes.
And I noticed on page 53 of your direct testimony, you're answering the questions posed at lines 14 and 15. Is a seasonal differential applied to determine the charges that recover demand costs? And you answer yes. And then at line 17 and 18, you say the proposed seasonal differential between summer and winter for every demand-based rate is approximately 20%, which is comparable with the seasonal differential currently in demand rates. Do you expect that to change?
No, I do not. Not the differential. The rates will change with a future rate filing, but not the differential.
Okay, so you don't necessarily think that, depending on, for example, if temperatures get warmer and your peak period gets longer and extends out, that potentially you might have a bigger differential number between those periods?
Not in the short term, of course. The future has yet to develop. I don't know what
Tis true.
Significant. I don't know the significance of the changes you're describing that may occur.
Okay.
But I won't, reject the possibility that could occur. But at this point, I do not expect it to change that significantly.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at your testimony on page 55, Mr. Luke. The questions posed at lines 15 and 16, are residential rates designed to recover the full amount of residential non-fuel cost of service? And you begin your answer at line 17 and you say no. And you say the proposed 18.64 residential service increase is slightly more than half of the allocated cost of service, which would be a 35.38% base rate increase, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Can you tell me in the schedules where that's developed?
It's developed in attachment RML-4. That's a 114-page attachment. However, there is a summary near the top or in the first couple of pages. And you can see the residential service increase on page 3 of attachment RML-4. And 35.38% appears there at cost of service or at proposed rate of return on line number 83, column D.
I'll give you my usual complaint of we need not to go between a particular size of font because these small little letters are hard to read. I realize that would not make tree people happy if you increase the size, but okay, so line 83,
Not 183, 83.
right, line 83, page 3 of RML 4. Column D. Correct?
Yes,
And so what is the number underneath the 35.38?
that's the relative increase to the New Mexico average increase. And so 35.38% for residential is 1.3, is a multiple of 1.3 compared to the overall New Mexico increase of 27.17%, which is
And
in column C.
so for the record then, Mr. Luth, basically what was originally proposed what was originally proposed was an 18.64 residential increase, correct?
Yes, and if you'd like to see where my testimony that is summarized, that would be on page 5, column D.
Column B is in boy.
No, sir, column D, like dog.
Thank you.
And was that proposed increase, that wasn't inclusive of any fuel savings, was it?
%18.64 does not include fuel savings, no.
Okay, so then when you go back to Exhibit A to the STIP and you have the proposed increase for the residential class is 20.77, correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's a base rate increase.
Well, isn't the 18.64 a base rate increase also?
It is, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm comparing the same thing. So basically under the stipulated rates, the residential class proposed increase is higher than what SPS requested originally, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And if looking back at your RML4, page 3, line 83, is it the increase that SPS proposed that 1.3, is that for your proposed increase, or how far away you are from meeting your cost of service for that class?
Well, how far away we are from meeting the cost of service for that class is on line number 83 at 35.38% increase.
Uh,
And the 1.3 represents what 35.38% is divided by the overall New Mexico base rate increase of 27.17%.
Okay, and I guess I'm just trying to find out how much closer you were going to get with your increase as opposed to, I mean, you're going to get closer, the bigger the increase, the more you're going to get closer to actually paying for that cost of service, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Assuming you don't go over, in this case, we wouldn't be.
Okay. Can you characterize by percentage approximately how much of the revenue requirement is contributed by the residential class?
Between 25 and 30%. I don't have a precise number, but I'm basing that upon $93.8 million at present rates, and this is on Exhibit A, page 1. $93.8 million plus $19.5 million of an increase, divided by the total New Mexico of $323 million at present rates, plus the $62.4 million increase. So in very round numbers, I'm dividing 113 million by $387 million. And that's below 1/3, but more than a quarter.
Excuse me, sir, did you say Exhibit 8 or Exhibit A, page 1?
Exhibit A.
Thank you.
Animal.
Just so that I understand the differences, Mr. Luth, if we could look at your rebuttal testimony.
Okay, attachment R2, RML R2.
No, I'm just trying to understand the difference in the energy and AED 4CP methodology. And so I'm actually kind of looking at generally at your testimony from pages 10 through 14. And I notice in your tables on page 12 and page 14, table RML-R1 says comparison of New Mexico production AED-4CP and weighted energy allocation factors. And then table RML-R2 says comparison of New Mexico retail customer class allocation of Hale and Sagamore under AED-4CP and weighted energy. So in order for me to just have a basic understanding of the difference in positions, is one methodology the energy only versus the AED-4CP? Is the actual total calculation any different?
No, it is among all the customer classes. Totaled, no, there is no difference, and that's to zero. Perhaps there's some rounding, but it nets to zero.
So then basically the big difference in how the different methodologies would allocate it is how the costs are paid and who pays the cost, correct?
That's a fair summary, yes.
And utilizing the I guess, can I call it traditional way of doing this with the?
Sorry, Judge.
Well, let
I'm
me just
sorry.
ask you.
Judge. I'm sorry, Judge. You were breaking up there. Can you start the question again?
Yes, sir. Mr. Luth, can I call the AED-4CP the traditional allocation methodology?
I wouldn't describe it that way because we're talking about wind generation, and that is different from combustion powered generation in terms of availability.
And I'm just looking not necessarily at the resource type, but is the AED-4CP, has that been the typical way that the generation costs have been allocated?
Prior to the addition of Hale and Sagamore at SPS, yes, that's the way that production capacity has been allocated.
Okay. And so if you used what SPS proposed, the energy allocation, would it benefit or be a detriment in terms of amount of costs to any particular customer class?
I'd like to clarify that we did apply AED 4CP for combustion related generation. This is a comparison of the two allocation approaches for Hale and Sagamore, which of course is wind generation. And when you talk about detriment, I'm concluding that you mean it will cost one customer class more with AED 4CP and another customer class less under ACP compared to an energy allocation. And that is correct. With AED 4CP, for example, residential is shown on table RML-R2. At the company revenue requirement and rebuttal, it would cost residential customers $7.1 million more using an AED 4CP allocation of Hale and Sagamore. And it would cost large general service transmission 115 kV customers $8.9 million less in base rate revenues.
Did you say
Okay.
transmission KEB?
115 kV.
KB is in boy?
Volt.
Oh,
Volts.
KB. Thank you.
Yep, I sympathize with Mr. Lee because I think the audio quality sometimes trails off and V's sound like B's. And okay, well, that gives me a general understanding, I believe, Mr. Luth, of the point. Mr. Luth, if we could look at your rebuttal or your stipulation testimony at page 6, and it's section 5, other tariff changes. And you're asking at lines 2 and 3 to summarize the tariff changes. And I have a question about your testimony beginning on line 7, which says SPS has also agreed to withdraw its proposed resiliency tariff without prejudice and to file a standby rate tariff within 90 days of receiving a final order in this case, including a standby tariff that is appropriate for solar generation facility. That's your testimony?
It is, yes.
And do you currently have a standby rate tariff?
We do not. The standby rate tariff that we did have was terminated by the commission order in the 27 case number. I'm sorry, the 2017 case number, 17-00527, I believe. So what I'm saying we once had a standby tariff, but it has been terminated.
Okay. So you're going to try again?
Yes.
was the one that was terminated the same or similar to the one you're going to file?
There'll be some differences. We haven't worked out all the details, but there will be some differences.
Further on in your answer, sir, at line 10 through 12, you say SPS says other proposed tariff changes are accepted by the stipulation subject to the adjustments described below. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
And have you in fact attached those proposed changes to the stipulation as Exhibit B to the stipulation?
yes, the revised tariffs are in Exhibit B to the stipulation.
Okay. One of the modifications to the tariff rate 27 includes a change in a line loss factor, correct?
Yes,
And my understanding from page 7 of your testimony, line 7 and 8, is that it's being changed from 3.75% to 2.963%. Is that correct?
it is. Yes.
Why?
I explain it on lines 2 through 5 on page 7 of the testimony in support of the stipulation, where I say that the revised line loss factor is the same as the line loss factor used to convert metered LGST 115 kilowatt hours into the comparable
We lose them?
Yep.
level of power level of kWh metered any customer class.
I'm sorry, into the comparable,
Level of power required to deliver the level of kWh metered at 115 kV in
Well-
determining customer class cost allocations.
Well, has that changed recently?
It, not recently, but it is different than what had been in the tariff. We had a line loss study that was filed in the 2017 rate case that had the 2.963% line loss factor developed and the details behind that development.
Okay, so you've had a line loss study and that's what precipitated the change?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you, sir. I believe that's all the questions that I have for you. Mr. Dubois, any follow-up based on Chairman Fishman's questions or my questions?
Yes, Your Honor, a little bit, please. I
Go
will do
ahead.
voice precedence. Thank you. Mr. Luth, I'll confess I don't necessarily follow all of the 4CPs and those various terms perfectly well. Let me try simplifying something from my understanding, at least, maybe for the record. Let me ask you.
Hey, can't testify.
Yes, Your Honor. Is it your opinion that with the stipulation, residential rates would be at class cost of service?
At a,
No, it wouldn't.
at a what kind of cost of service?
At their class cost of service. Okay. Yeah, you said no. Would it be your opinion that residential would be below their class cost of service or above their class cost of service?
It would be below class cost of service.
Okay. Okay. Changing topics, referring back to some discussion you had with Chairman Fishman yesterday, there was a point in time where he asked you whether compounding 15% rate increases over multiple years might constitute rate shock. Do you remember a discussion like that?
I do, yes.
To be clear, are you aware of any compounding 15% annual rate increases that would result from this stipulation and the prior rate case or any number of recent prior SPS rate cases that would have a rate increase at that level?
No, over the past 4 years, for example, the compounded increase for residential would be more closely approximating 1.72% over the past 4 years.
What time period was that, Mr. Luth?
4 years, 2017 through, the test years of 2016 compared to the test year of 2020 in this case.
Okay. That would capture, right, SPS's last 3 rate cases, including the current case, roughly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Were you referring to across all customer classes, or was that a residential number?
I may not have said residential. That was
Okay.
what we were discussing with Chairman Fishman yesterday. So that is what I meant.
Okay. Do you happen to know what it would be for all classes?
As I sit here today, no.
Actually, changing topics again. There's been a fair amount of discussion about the impact of fuel savings on customers' total bills. Is that fair?
That's a fair summary, yes.
Okay. Start with one topic that hearing examiner Hurst was asking you about on, say, expected savings from hail in Sagamore. You recall some discussion on that this morning?
Yes,
And I think at one point, hearing examiner Hurst asked you something along the lines of whether you expected the savings level that's been indicated in including the stipulation testimony here to continue essentially at a similar level. Do you recall that?
yes.
Is it correct to say that there is, in essence, a floor as to what the savings are going to be because of the requirements of the wind CCNs?
That is fair. Yes, there's a savings test involved in the approval of the CCNs.
And that floor is dictated by whatever the revenue requirement for wind is?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Is there any cap on savings that you're aware of?
No, okay.
More generally on the fuel allocations often referred to.
I'm sorry, on the 2 allocations?
Fuel allocations. Thank you. More generally on the fuel allocations, which I think we're largely using interchangeably with the term FPP CAC. Is that a fair comparison?
That's a fair
Terminology.
comparison, yes, sir.
Are those allocations among classes or the resulting relative fuel or FPP CAC rates, to your understanding, at issue in this case?
They're not at issue, as far as I can tell.
And if you're aware, does SPS have other cases, other dockets on FPP CAC and fuel?
It does. It has a monthly filing for the revised FPP CAC, and it has a reconciliation of fuel balances periodically between every 2 and 3 years, I believe it is.
Are you aware when SPS's last reconciliation, etc. case was?
It was very recently, and I think it recently concluded, but I couldn't give you a specific date.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had.
Okay. Anybody have anything further? Not seeing anyone other than us, which actually I think violates what I indicated at the pre-hearing conference, that people had to stay with their video on, but actually it's for my brain. It's actually kind of easier to concentrate on the witness. So I guess I'm not enforcing that. So if you want to go back and turn your video off, I'm not setting any precedent for anybody else who requires you to be there all the time. I mean, it is nice to see people, but they say I'm not gonna enforce that. I thank you, Mr. Luth. You are excused, sir. And I believe now would be an appropriate time for us to take a recess. And I've got, it's almost 10:30, so why don't we come back at 10:40? And I believe pursuant to the discussion yesterday, Mr. Du Bois, we're now going to have Mr. Berger.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we're recessed till 10:40.
Hearing examiner Hurst. This is Thor Nelson for the NMLCG. Can you hear me?
You're on mute, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Nelson.
Hi. I wanted to weigh in quickly and apologize for being one of the main offenders, I guess, of the video off. In most of the hearings that I participate in this format, I'm actually requested to turn the video off because it tends to be the case that with fewer videos running, you have fewer intermittency problems with the people who are talking. And so I apologize, and I'm certainly happy to do whatever Your Honor prefers in this regard, but wanted to just let you know that I had done that only because of my prior experience, and apologize for doing that inconsistent with your prior request.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. And no, I actually hadn't been my policy, and I read somebody else's order, and it's like, oh, well, maybe I should have everyone be visible on screen too. And people were the first day, and then they started slacking off later, and I just didn't say anything. And so, like I say, you can either be visible or not visible. It's up to you. I mean, if you're asking questions, yeah, you need to be visible, but if people, want to walk around the room or whatever, I mean, that was one of the benefits when my computer was trashed for a few weeks last month, that I attended Zoom meetings by my phone, and you can just walk around, and get some exercise and whatever. So no, but I appreciate that explanation. Okay, Mr. Lee, if we can go back on the record, we're back from our recess, and I did indicate to the parties that, if they wanted their video off, they could have their video off as long as they're not speaking. That would be fine. So I think, Mr. Dubois, I believe we have another witness from you. I see Mr. Berger.
Good morning, hearing examiner Hurst. This is
Hi, Ms.
Zoe
Lees. How
on
are you,
behalf
Ms.
of SBS. I'm doing well, thank you.
I was going to say the little symbol, which we have yet to be explained by Excel, what it means.
I have no idea.
Yeah. I kind of like the explanation. It's kind of like a yin and a yang. Of course, that was from not an Excel employee, so we don't really know. Ms. Lees, are you going to be handling the SPS next witness?
I am, Your Honor. SPS's next witness is Wes Berger.
Very well.
And just for reference, SPS Exhibit 49 is Mr. Berger's supplemental direct testimony. SPS Exhibit 50 is Mr. Berger's rebuttal testimony. And he's ready to be sworn in.
Very well. I thank you. Ms. Lees, and I think Mr. Lee, you got Ms. Lees is also counsel for SPS? Yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Lee, if you would please swear in Mr. Berger. Good morning, Mr. Berger.
Good morning.
Mr. Berger, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I just appreciate you being here, and just want the record to be clear with regard to the main purpose of your testimony, which is set forth on page 3 of SPS Exhibit 49, where you indicate that beginning on line 2, that you're filing the supplemental direct pursuant to the final order in case number 19-00315, and the procedural order that was issued in this case. That's correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just basically indicate to us what the issue is and how SPS initially proposed to resolve the issue?
Yes. In case number 15-00296 that I discussed in my supplemental testimony, the commission decided to transition fuel cost recovery from being a large portion in base and a small portion through the true up in the FPPCAC to put all fuel costs into the FPPCAC. And so, and the commission decided that after the settlement was entered. So the record is a little bit garbled, but it's still, you can follow. You just have to work a little harder. So we had a settlement to reduce the fuel in base down to a lower level. But instead of using that fuel in base from the settlement.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you saying fueling base?
Fuel in base, 3 words, sorry.
Okay, down to a lower level?
So, yeah, and we had settled on modifying the fuel in base factor to a lower level. But the commission determined instead of doing that, they wanted to go forward, put all fuel costs in the FPPCAC, but they recognized that there was going to be a considerable lag in fuel collections with this transition. And so the commission ordered us to do a 4-month transition period where we build the settled fuel and base factor for that 4-month period to recognize the lag that would be otherwise created. So that was how we started, and that worked fine in the beginning, right? That was the commission's goal. As we went through time, though, SPS noted that its deferred fuel balance was increasing. We noticed, as fuel prices fell considerably in 2018 and 2019, that our deferred fuel balance was increasing. And we started talking about, well, what can we do about this? And we didn't really think there was anything we could do without just proposing a new solution, so to speak. So in case 19-00315, the case you referenced, the fuel continuation case, SPS proposed to add on to what the commission had done in case 15-00296. And what we were proposing to add on is this annual review of the deferred fuel balance so that we could make sure the deferred fuel balance stays within a reasonable bandwidth, more like what the commission intended. I talked about some in my testimony that you're never going to get it to 0. 0 is impossible, but what we're trying to do is add on so we accomplish the commission's intent of keeping this fuel balance within a reasonable bandwidth.
And in that particular case, as you indicate on page 23 of your supplemental direct testimony, the SPS proposal was opposed by staff, and ultimately the issue got deferred to the rate case, correct?
That's correct.
And so the proposal that SPS offered in this case was what?
Well, that proposal is summarized in my rebuttal testimony, if we'd like to go there.
Uh-huh.
So let's see if I can find the exact pages. It starts on page 7 of my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So our proposal in this case was in response to the New Mexico Large Customer Group's proposal. We're trying to find a middle ground between their proposal and essentially what we had proposed in the fuel reconciliation case. So my proposal in rebuttal was to credit back 25% of the transition period revenues, which you can see that number on page 7 was $12,269,833. So credit that amount of money to customers over a 2-year period. And in recognition of some of the issues Mr. Higgins discussed. And then after that, put in place the quote permanent solution, as I term it in my testimony, that and I described a few minutes ago, of trying to keep the balance within a bandwidth. So first we would credit customers that 12 million over 2 years, and then I proposed to do the annual review of the deferred fuel balance to make sure it is within an acceptable bandwidth.
And then I have 2 questions about that. If you're familiar with the stipulation?
I'm familiar with the fuel related portion. I have reviewed that paragraph.
Okay. And that's paragraph, we'll call it section 8 of the stipulation, which is set forth on page 5 of the uncontested stipulation.
I don't recall what page number it is, but I have read that section.
Okay. Do you have it?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, let me just get it then.
The transition period revenue. See that number on page 7 was $12,269,833.
Okay. Can you see it, Mr. Berger?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that the section you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So ultimately, what was agreed upon in the stipulation is that same number that you reference of the 12,269,833 is going to be credited back, which you indicate, or the stipulation indicates, is 25% of the transition period revenue is going to be credited back over a 12-month period of time, correct?
That's correct. Whereas in my rebuttal, I had suggested 2 years.
Okay. And then it says further, SPS will otherwise implement the true up approach discussed in your rebuttal testimony beginning in 2023.
Yes.
Okay.
And so what that means, I apologize if I interrupted you. What that means is we are moving the implementation of the second step up 1 year as well. So I had originally had in my testimony, we would credit the 12 million for a 2-year period and then begin the bandwidth comparison. The settlement is we credit the 12 million over a 1-year period and then begin the bandwidth comparison.
Okay,
So we will begin doing the bandwidth comparison with calendar year 22 data and file that in calendar year 23, the annual fuel filing.
and do you know whether or not this credit is reflected anywhere in the exhibit or any of the attachments to the exhibit?
I don't believe so. I did not look for it in the settlement, but I don't believe it's reflected in those exhibits. I think this is an additional credit.
Okay, so can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, that's attachment A to the stipulation.
Okay.
And it's entitled Settlement Rate Design Increase by Class. And do you see, I mean, there is a column for as Mr. Luth testified this morning, that's actually it's not really an increase. It is, if I can remember his testimony correctly, the column with the FPPCAC just shows the decrease in fuel costs.
Yeah, my recollection is that's supposed to capture the fuel cost savings associated with the Sagamore Wind project.
Right. So that decrease, it doesn't include your 12 million, correct?
I do not believe so. I think that's just the Sagamore project, and that this is a adder to that because we have agreed to show it separately in the 550 report. So I'm pretty confident it's not in those numbers.
Okay. And when you refer to the true up approach discussed in your rebuttal testimony, will you tell me exactly where in your rebuttal testimony so I can link that paragraph from the STIP to a specific
Yes, that true up that I describe in my testimony, it starts on page 8, line 9.
Okay.
And that discussion continues through page 10, line 6.
Okay. Excellent.
As far as describing how it will work. Now, the only difference is I describe in my rebuttal that we will start this in 2024, and the stipulation says we will start it in 2023. So I just want to make sure we are clear on that difference.
Okay. And that reference is on page 8. You're answering the question posed at line 9 and 10. And then at line 12, you say beginning in 2024, and your testimony and the stipulation reflect the agreement to begin that in 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Other than that, the true up that's being referred to, the true up approach, is otherwise that was agreed upon, is accurate as you've indicated in your rebuttal testimony, pages 8 through 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Including the attachments. I should have mentioned that as well. You know, that discussion refers to an attachment to my testimony, which is an important part of this. It's attachment WLB 2.
Yes,
And
so that,
it illustrates what we will be filing to do the annual true up. And it illustrates the column we will add to the 550 report.
okay. And you referenced that attachment on page 9 of your rebuttal testimony at line 13, attachment WLB-R2. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my only question, let's see, okay, and that attachment is 3 pages, correct?
That's correct.
Any other thing that you would like to point out, Mr. Berger? Either about the true up process or the actual agreement in section 8 of the stipulation, or in your supplemental testimony that you'd like the commission to know with regard to this issue?
I can't think of anything else we need to really go through unless there's just more you'd like me to clarify. I think it's all there.
Okay.
I think this process is an improvement. That's why I'm glad that it got put into the settlement. This is an improvement over status quo.
Excellent. And thank you. Like I say, I just wanted our record to be able to show the transition. And so I appreciate that you have explained that and then linked it from the past case to this case and what was agreed to. That's all the questions that I have for you, sir. Ms. Lees, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Anything from anyone else for Mr. Berger? Okay, hearing nothing. Mr. Berger, thank you again, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I believe Ms. Lees, I think we have Mr. Cooley or Mr. Lytle.
I'm not sure which one is going next. I believe it's Mr. Lytle, and Ms. Dana Hardy is going to present that witness. So if you would indulge us just a moment to make
Okay.
that transition.
Very well, thank you.
In Your Honor, I believe Mr. Lytle is in the Zoom lobby.
Okay.
And because I'm not the attorney presenting Mr. Lytle, I'm going to log off of the Zoom now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see you, Mr. Du Bois.
Hello, Your Honor. I hope everyone enjoyed their time away from me.
Did you find out yet what the Excel symbol means?
I only have rumors and innuendo, Your Honor. I've heard something about an energy swirl, but I've never understood energy to swirl. So I think we'll stick with the yin yang for now.
Yeah, okay. And I'm not showing that. There he is. Thought I lost him there for a minute. Hello there, Mr. Lytle.
You're on mute, Mr. Lytle.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And Mr. Dubois, are you the attorney or are we going to see Miss Hardy?
I am for Mr. Lytle, Your Honor. I think
Okay,
there may have been a little confusion. I think when we get to Mr. Cooley, that will be Miss Hardy.
okay, very well. Good morning. Mr. Lee, would you swear in Mr. Lytle, please?
Mr. Lytle, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Lytle.
Good morning.
Well, as an Excel employee, do you know what the Excel sign indicates?
I thought it was the Safeway symbol, to be honest.
The grocery store?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Yeah, don't want to be admitting that. There might be some copyright infringement.
That's when it first came out. That was one of the jokes going around.
Going around that it was the Safeway.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
you know, that I guess energy / groceries, you know, you'd have pretty much the majority of the market covered there.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to get some information, some general information. I know, Mr. Lytle, that that your title is Director of Regional Capital Projects
Yes,
in
ma'am.
the Projects Department of Energy Supply, which is the O&M business unit. And it says under that purview, under your responsibilities, that you manage the capital budget projects, the process and the projects for SPS region within the energy supply business unit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you go on to sort of your assignment on page 5 of your direct testimony, you're answering and defining that, and I'm looking at lines 15. And after you say, I demonstrate the total company costs incurred by SPS to construct both Sagamore and Hale are below the KW or kilowatt cost cap established by the commission in case number 17-00044. Correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And I recall seeing and looking at exhibits that show that in fact Hale and Sagamore are both under that particular standard, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe over. See here, let me find it right quick. On page 38. I believe I give the total for those, the all-in capital costs for Hale and Sagamore.
Of, that's line 6.
Yes, ma'am.
You say approximately no more than approximately 1,610 per KW on a total company basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a ceiling that you're not supposed to go past?
Well, per the stipulation, we were given that ceiling of 1675 per KW for the total cost of both of those, cumulative cost of those two farms together.
I'm sorry, 1675 per KW for the total cost of,
Hale and Sagamore farms together.
is that 1,675?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are the total costs in?
No, ma'am. We're and if you want me to expound on that, I can give you where we are on Sagamore.
Yes, please.
Sagamore, because of its location, required substantial network upgrades, transmission upgrades, per our interconnection agreement as defined by the Southwest Power Pool. Those networked upgrades are still ongoing. So there's transmission line upgrades, there's transmission line additions, there's several different projects out there that are in different stages of construction. Some of them are still in engineering, haven't even been started yet, that are being required to beef up the system to be able to handle the additional generation for the long term from the farm there. So those costs are going to be coming in over the next remainder of this year and most of next year before all those get completely finished. And we have to pay for those as part of the project. And even though we're not performing the work as part of the energy supply project, it's transmission work that's going on elsewhere.
Well, I have a couple of questions. With regard to that, do you anticipate that these costs are going to cause you to exceed the 1675 per KW?
No, ma'am. What we put in my testimony there, that 1610, we believe that's our worst case. We hope to beat that. And actually today, if I were to give you the number, what it is today, it's actually come down. It's about 1609, which isn't much, but it's actually trending down. We have some contingency built into that part of the projects that, we anticipate getting some of that, hopefully a lot of it back. But so we think that's our worst case, and that's where we appear to be at the end of the day.
And my other question is, this 1610, is it determined separately for Hale and separately for Sagamore, or are you combining the costs and then dividing by 2?
Well, actually, we're combining the cost and dividing that by the total megawatts or kilowatts for both farms added together. Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing your testimony, and hearing your testimony here today, it seems as if, well, you tell me, are the costs higher for Sagamore than they were for Hale for comparable or identical parts and services?
Yes, there are. The Sagamore is a more expensive proposition. Several things are there. You know, when we first filed our CCN, we identified that Sagamore was going to be more expensive. When
It's bigger, isn't it?
it is a larger, but the dollars per KW normalizes the cost. So the size, the size does not come into. It's supposed to normalize that, so the size doesn't play a. So the total spend on the two farms is different. And but for Sagamore, there's some drivers there that are things that caused it to be more expensive. Part of it is to get the wind resources there. It's more megawatts slightly. It's 522 megawatts compared to 478 for Hale. So it's slightly larger, but it's a much larger, it's almost double the footprint. The really smart engineers that do wind modeling and come up with the design of these wind farms lay it out to get the most generation out of the given wind at a given location. So the layout at Sagamore is much bigger. It's almost twice as many square miles or square feet, however you want to, the area is about twice as big. So for that, you have to run the underground cabling. You nearly have twice as much to get it all to, the central points to put into the substations. At Sagamore, we had to have two substations because it's just big and just enough bigger. We couldn't use one. We had to have an additional transmission line going from one substation to the other. We had to go a little bit farther on the transmission. The transmission system was a little bit bigger. At Sagamore, we connected at 345 kV instead of 230 kV. So our transformers had to be larger. So
But isn't that a benefit?
it is a benefit as far as line loss and transmission, getting it out of there, getting it to our customers ultimately. It's a great thing for that, but the upfront cost, it costs more to buy a 345 transformer. Sagamore, at Hale, the land over there it's soft and mushy. So digging a hole over there, you take a backhoe or you dig a big hole, it's real easy. Over south of Portales in New Mexico, there was a lot of that area. You dig down about a foot and then you hit rock. So digging these massive holes over there, we had to basically chip them out so the excavation. So that was more expensive. And in New Mexico, we had to include the gross receipts tax on the materials that we bought, which was $44 million in New Mexico. So,
Wow.
All jurisdictions collect taxes in different ways, and all the taxes are probably equal ultimately in the end. It's just when you pay them, comes into account. So New Mexico collects theirs in that form. Texas gets it later in another form, I'm sure. So, but that goes into the cost of Sagamore that we didn't have at Hale. One thing that also hurt us I think you're aware, I think we've talked about this before, is the transmission system in dealing with getting the interconnect agreement from SPP. They were very delinquent of getting information out, getting those studies done. And when they did, the cost of the transmission upgrades originally, I think the original estimate we got, it was going to be $900 million to do all the network upgrades because of all the different utilities that had projects in the system that they were wanting to build. So there was a lot of generation wanting to come in the system. We were going to have to do this massive upgrade. So our portion was just tremendous. Well, we did not have, that kills any project. So for a long time there, Sagamore we were not going to be able to build it and realize the savings that were there for us to go get. So that process was delayed and delayed and delayed until, because originally we were going to go from Hale, as we were finishing up Hale, move the people that were digging the holes for the foundations, go straight from Plainview, Texas to Portales, New Mexico. And just, we were going to, that was going to be a huge advantage to us. So, and we were going to start in April of 2019. We were going to be done, we were going to have all the materials bought and pretty much completed before the 2020 mad rush, because every wind farm construction project in the country had that end of 2020 PTC cliff that you had to be done to qualify for the 100% PTCs. So we had it all planned out. We're going to go do this smart. We're going to start early, get it done, avoid that, use the cheap, that eliminate those demob and remob of all of our contractors.
I'm sorry, sir, eliminate those.
Demobilization and remobilization of contractors. We were going to lock up all that material before the prices went up. So that delay of getting those costs down from the interconnect, which made the project feasible, we went nearly to the end of 2019 before we actually got that approved. We actually didn't get the actual interconnect agreement until the beginning of 2020, which put this project, on a timeline that was really, we thought it was almost unrealistic to get it done. But so that set us up. Now we have to order material. Well, all the material has gone up because everybody's wanting it at the same time. All the contractors, well, we have to pay extra to get cranes. So all that added about $20 million to materials and contractor rental equipment and that type of thing to Sagamore that was unanticipated. All that time, we're still looking at the cost, and we're looking at that cost cap, the transmission upgrades, everything that's going. We're trying, we're still good. This still makes sense. We're still under that cost cap. We're going to make it, we're still going to do this, and we're going to manage this as we can. So move along about 3 months, COVID comes in. So a lot of our equipment, and at least some of our, a lot of our parts that were being used to build the equipment, and even some of our towers, the sections of the towers that goes on the wind turbines, were being made overseas. So we actually had some of our parts were being made in the Wuhan, China region that first got hit by COVID. So our turbine manufacturer had 2 suppliers, one in China and one in India. So they pivoted to the India. So we had problems getting materials in, and we had delays in getting the materials. And then that also caused us to have to pay for expedited shipping. We trucked things in, which is more expensive than bringing it in by rail, but it's quicker. And then we had to pay our construction crews, get additional crews in, additional cranes in, had some change orders on that to get it by the end of the year. So that's all that, all those, all those things were drivers in the cost. So there were some other things. We did, the Lesser Prairie chicken, I'm sure you're aware of that. And
Yes, how there was some extra money spent on the prairie chicken.
Yeah, we did. We came to a really good agreement with all the parties. I'm not sure what the term, I don't think a donation is not the right term, but we funded $4 million toward helping establish long-term habitat on the southern end of our project to help, a long-term, help establish long-term habitat for them. And then we moved some of our turbines on that southern end. Some of that really ideal wind areas, we elected to use some of our alternate locations that weren't quite as good on the wind, toward the north, to give us a bigger buffer from the areas on the south that we weren't really in the Lesser Prairie chicken, the higher density areas, but we just moved and got farther away. And I think it was the right thing to do. But we did take a little bit of risk there as a company, because those higher wind areas helps the capacity factor, and the capacity factor is one of those things we've guaranteed as a company. We're going to meet a certain capacity factor and get those certain PTCs. We've guaranteed those PTCs. And if we don't make that capacity factor, we make it up. We make up the dollars back to our customers, so they'll get whole. So, those are some of all the big drivers. So all that together, it's about $175 million of difference between Hale and Sagamore. It is location, some of it's state things like taxes, Lesser Prairie chicken, some of it's rock, some of it's COVID related, some of it's the network upgrades. That's a big thing. There's almost $90 million of network upgrades that were things that we had to do as a corporation to make the project go at Sagamore, to get the transmission system upgraded so we could have that project. At Hale, we had 0 network upgrades because of we were earlier in the process, and the system could handle additional generation at that time.
And ultimately, did you solve your transmission upgrade problem? How?
There's 2 things. One of them is they give you, there was 2 problems. One of them is we had a project, the Sagamore, it was a Sagamore LLC. It was owned by Invenergy. We had
Owned by
Invenergy, IVEN Energy. It's a corporation. They were the developer, and they had put the project and got it to a certain level. So we had entered into an agreement with them to purchase Sagamore, this project, and we were going to finish it out. So they had developed it to a certain level. Now, our agreement with them was to buy a project that could be built. Now, as I was saying earlier, with all those other projects and they're vying, they put projects in, we want to build this project. They didn't really have any place to go with the energy. They were just in the queue. But all this energy coming, all these huge amounts of generation wanting to get in, it triggered a huge upgrade, like large transmission lines, several large transmission lines being built to absorb all this new generation. Most of these, none of these projects other than Sagamore really had a place to go with the energy. We actually had, we had an interconnect. We wanted to build this. We had commission approval. We had in Texas and New Mexico, it was all good. So we worked, and with those high costs, we didn't have a project that could be built. So I think I'm not the one, I don't know the details of all those negotiations, but Invenergy went out with our blessing and worked with those other developers out there and got them to drop out of the queue, as we're calling that SPP thing, and once they did, it got down to a level, it brought the $700 to $900 million worth of upgrades that we're going to pay back down to 58 is what we've settled at, I think, is what it is today, which is in a ballpark range that we could fund and go forward.
Was that the range that you anticipated when?
We had anticipated 40 to 50 originally for those network upgrades. So
okay.
That ate up contingency that we had built into the project, but it was not out of the realm of possibilities, at least.
So basically, between what you settled with SPP as to the amount, SPS basically worked its way to the front of the queue, which
at the end of the day, I think there was just one. We were the only one in that queue. There might have been one small solar. Well, I don't know if there were another one, but we were basically the only one left.
And so then, since there weren't a bunch of people ahead of you in the queue, it meant that the transmission upgrade costs were going to be less.
Right. They didn't need as much transmission system upgrades to support the new generation coming in as part of this queue. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who owns Sagamore?
Southwestern Public Service does today.
And who owns Hale?
Southwestern Public Service.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell me about the chicken or the Lesser Prairie chicken or the costs? And you've been pretty comprehensive, so.
No, ma'am, I don't. I still want to see a Lesser Prairie chicken. That's all I've never seen one. We never did get to see one.
No reports from any of the people?
The landowners have. We didn't over there. We, of course, building a wind farm during COVID and limited access to keeping people away. It's kind of hard to. It's something I'll remember the rest of my life. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I seem to, if I'm recalling it's been a few years, but if I recall the testimony correctly, and someone actually taped a prairie chicken picture to my door back when we had a building and an office. And I'm sure it's in a box somewhere in storage. But they are beautiful birds. And if I recall the testimony correctly, not only were those prairie chicken, I think they called them Lex.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Can
think
you spell that?
I think it's LEK.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's sort of like their mating ground, and then where the hens raise the chicks. But between the elaborate dancing displays that occurred, that apparently back in the I don't know if it's like the 30s or 40s, when there were really hard times, that they were actually a pretty significant food source for some people, which I don't know, might also have caused to their decline. I don't know, but again, I seem to recall some testimony about the importance of not only biologically, but again, I think for sustenance purposes, for a certain population. So yeah, we like the chicken. And it's good that SPS came to a way to move, as you indicated, to move and some of the projected route, and to provide a habitat protection. Well, Mr. Lytle, I think you have answered my questions as far as the price differentials and why. So I appreciate that that clarification. Mr. Dubois, any follow-up based on your witness's testimony?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I do not.
Well, anything from anybody else? No? Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Appreciate your
You're very welcome.
time. Your excuse, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think we have another witness, Mr. Dubois, that I believe Ms. Hardy's going to have, and that's Mr. Cooley.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'll just need just a minute to switch out.
Okay. Mr. Bagatko, are you having fond prairie chicken memories?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. That was a very interesting case, and I do remember and appreciate the adjustments that the applicants made to accommodate some of those concerns. And I hope the prairie chickens are doing all right.
That's kind of sad they didn't get to see any, but
Other than that, though, I hear everything's going swimmingly out there, and I hope the prairie chickens are happy.
are dancing right along. Okay, good to know. Well, we're just going to wait a minute here for Mr. Cooley. I think it would have been interesting, though, if we actually had a live witness. The professor from one of the colleges in Texas was going to testify about the prairie chicken Lex. And unfortunately, if I remember correctly, he was on another birding adventure, I think in Minnesota or somewhere during the hearing. You recall that, Mr. Bagatko?
We recall that he was an authority on the lesser prairie chicken, among other grouse species, but I think his research
Was it cranes?
with the cranes,
Was he doing something with the cranes?
no, I believe it was involving another species of grouse up there in.
Oh,
area.
like the sage grouse or somebody.
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you. It's really exciting when we get to actually hear, I can recall another transmission line case, I think, where we were dealing with, I can't remember the species of plant and some little animal that was impacted.
Kunzler's hedgehog cactus.
Sorry, sir.
Kunzler's hedgehog cactus.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Was there like a little salamander too?
Night blooming cereus, another plant, and I believe there was a species of ground dwelling lizard that was under consideration. I don't recall its name exactly.
Yeah, I appreciate that you knew the two plants. That's impressive, Mr. Benatko. But like you say, you know, when we get to hear something different, and especially you know, our environmental cohabitants, you know, it's kind of fun.
Good morning,
Ms.
Madam
Hardy,
Examiner.
how are you?
Yes, it's good. I'm doing well. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. And I think if you would announce yourself to Mr. Lee, our court
Yes,
reporter.
Mr. Lee, Dana Hardy on behalf of SPS.
And Ms. Hardy, you have a witness, Mr. Cooley.
I do, and Mr. Cooley, I believe, is waiting to be let in.
No, he's here. Good
Is he
morning,
here?
Mr. Cooley.
I can't see him. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there he is. Would you swear in Mr. Cooley, please?
Mr. Cooley, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Good morning, Mr. Cooley. I appreciate you being here. I just wanted to get some clarification from your testimony. I know that you filed direct testimony, and that is SPS Exhibit 34 was your direct testimony, correct, sir?
I don't know the number, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I did file direct testimony.
Okay, I'll represent that to you that it is SPS Exhibit 34. And I know, Mr. Cooley, you're explaining your assignment in this proceeding on page 4 of your testimony, and you are indicating that you are explaining SPS transmission function, how those are prioritized, capital additions, and overall O&M, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I just want to clarify and get some information from the record, actually not about specific transmission, but if you look at page 42 of your direct testimony, and you're referring back to the last rate case, case number 19-00170, that line beginning at line 11, and you say in your direct testimony in that case, I described the need for the 2 synchronous condensers at Tolk Station, when both generating units are offline during the reduced operations period from October through May. That's correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And are you familiar that as part of the stipulation in this case and the stipulation in that case, that that Tolk will be shut down in 2032, if I recall correctly?
I believe that's the agreed upon date, but I guess I refer back to the stipulation testimony for that to confirm.
Okay. And I guess what I'm, okay. And if you look at well, 2032 is the end to the depreciable life of Tolk, as set forth on page 4 in the depreciation rates of 3. But as I remember it, and for the record, can you just tell us what a synchronous condenser is and why Tolk would need one?
So a synchronous condenser is a synchronous motor connected to the grid, and its use is to supply or absorb The point of a synchronous condenser is to produce megavars, which is used as a reactive support to the electric grid. And the benefits of a synchronous condenser is that they are dynamic and have a wide range and can react very quickly to changing circumstances on the system. The reason why we wanted these at Tolk is, one, we already have the generators installed at Tolk that are tied to the existing coal plant facilities. Those generators are repurposed as synchronous condensers when during those reduced operation periods. Secondly, we like it at Tolk because Tolk is very centralized to our overall SPS system. And so pulling out our 2 largest generation units, in our studies, we identified that we had some voltage concerns. And so to address that, we identified that converting those generators to synchronous condensers supplied significant benefits to the system.
And I know in your testimony, pages 43, 44, you are explaining that, and so just so that a non-engineer can understand, when SPS plans, once they're no longer using the facility as a coal-powered steam generator, SPS still plans on using those synchronous condensers to provide voltage regulation and support, correct?
That is correct.
And so what will power them?
So they have I believe in, to be honest, I might want to refer back to Mark Lytle for further clarification if necessary, but there's a pony motor, so a small motor connected to the generators that's used to bring the generator up to speed and then connected to the system. And that's how it operates as a synchronous condenser. So it's a much smaller footprint and asset.
Okay, so it's not going to be run by coal.
No, ma'am.
It's not going to be run by natural gas.
I don't know how that pony motor is powered, but it is, the synchronous condenser is disconnected from any turbine, so either coal or natural gas. And that's actually how it's installed today, is we disconnect the generator from the turbine to operate it as a synchronous condenser.
And for the synchronous condenser, do you need water?
I believe no. But that is my recollection.
Okay, because I mean, that's one of the big, I mean, the coal is an issue for Tolk, right?
My understanding is water is the primary issue.
Right. You're right, that water is the primary issue, but you know, in some circles, burning coal might be an issue too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've heard that.
Right, but yes, SPS is saying one of the reasons we want to shut it down early is because of the water issue. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to make sure whatever's left, is it going to use water?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, is I'm not sure if there's any cooling required. And so I guess my comment would be, is my expectation is it's minimal water, if there is any, but I do not know the physical parameters around the synchronous condenser of whether or not there's any cooling required. That may require water, but it is significantly less, if there is any, compared to what we would use in our coal burning operations.
Okay. And
I would refer to Mark Liddell possibly if you want further clarification on if water is used at all.
okay,
Condenser.
so is it typical for, you know, for this solution, to be employed when, or this purpose, typically done when you are shutting down and then ultimately abandoning a generation plant?
I would say synchronous condensers are a common industry standard for a way of supplying voltage support to the grid. The concept of partnering or repurposing some assets from retired generation plants and reusing them as synchronous condensers is a fairly common practice. Again, in this regard, we are reusing the existing generator that was used at Tolk. And so based off of the conferences I attend, as well as other meetings with stakeholders, it is fairly common practice, and it's a widely investigated option, especially as we're transitioning nationally. A lot of our power plants are either retiring or being repurposed. And so this is a fairly common practice, whether actually put into work or at least conceptually discussed. It's very common.
And do you consider that it would be more cost effective than trying to utilize some other type of voltage support?
So when it comes to determining the proper piece of equipment for voltage support, lots of factors come into play. As I stated before, some of the benefits with synchronous condensers is the nearly instantaneous guess, controls and response. Other solutions, maybe more like a capacitor bank, which are also used for voltage support, are more slower acting and have discrete steps. So synchronous condensers are kind of a continuous up and down, depending on changes to the grid. And so in regards to cost, every time we're looking at it, we analyze cost benefits, whether it's a synchronous condenser. In this regard, using existing generator versus buying a standalone synchronous condenser, because that is a product that is available. You can buy just a standalone synchronous condenser versus repurposing existing facilities. There are other devices like StatComs or SVCs that can also be used for similar benefits on the reactive side. So there are a lot of options out there, and it's on us to weigh the pros and cons, determine what's the best application. I would also like to state that one of the benefits that synchronous condensers give over a lot of other devices that I just had mentioned is synchronous condensers have an inertia component to them because they're rotating. The generator is spinning as a motor. And so that also supplies a lot of benefit to grid stability during events. And that's not something that we get out of some of the other devices. So again, it comes down to weighing pros and cons and different system needs to determine what is the right solution.
And I guess I have to ask this, but I don't know that I'm going to understand it. Mr. Cooley, what is the difference between spinning and rotating?
Spinning and rotating is the same.
Okay. Okay, I thought you were making a distinction between one was spinning and the other rotated, and I'm like, wait a minute, aren't those the same thing?
No, I sorry, my distinction was more toward a device like a capacitor bank, which is there's nothing rotating. It's a pack and it just turns on, or an SVC, which is thyristor controlled. It's power electronic based.
I'm sorry, SVC, which is?
An SVC, which is power electronic based, which means there's no rotating mass. It's electronics and controls determining how much reactive support it produces.
And is there a lifespan on these synchronous condensers?
There's a lifespan on every piece of equipment. Yes, ma'am.
Because it seems like to me that I read in somebody's testimony that that there was some plan, I think until like 2050 to do something with talk. Do you recall that?
It was not in my testimony.
Okay, so you don't know.
I would say it may be in Mr. Lidell's testimony.
Yeah, okay. Very well. All right, sir, that's all I had for you. I appreciate that. Just trying to get an idea of where, if you shut down one, especially in looking at some of the testimony, and I can't recall if it was your testimony or another witness's testimony, but it sure looks like, unlike the market for used cars right now, if you believe what you read, or previously built homes, which both of those seem to, be really reselling very well. It sure doesn't look like there's a market for used generation parts. And it seems like when I looked at the testimony that basically there were no takers for several of the plants that had been shut down and what was left over, and no takers on that type of equipment. So good to see that SPS is finding another use for Tolk. Ms. Hardy, any follow-up with Mr. Cooley?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Anything from anyone else? Seeing nothing. Mr. Cooley, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I think we're at the luncheon hour. And I have asked the questions that I had. I'm going to check one more time during lunch, but I'm pretty sure that's all the questions I had at this point for the SPS witnesses. Like I say, I will check again. And as I indicated yesterday, I believe that there are going to be potential questions based upon the bench request responses for SPS witness Deascendis to come back. And then I think I indicated that I would be asking questions of witnesses that I was pretty confident that the commission did not have questions for, and I believe that I indicated that I had some questions for Mr. Pollock. And I think Mr. McMillan, you told me that Mr. Pollock has an appointment this afternoon. And I just want to make sure if we take our lunch break from 1 to 2, or from 1 to 2, from 12 to 1, is that going to put him in line to answer some questions? Because I don't know what time zone he's in.
He's in Central Time,
So that would make it be 2 o'clock.
Yes, and his appointment is at 4 o'clock Central Time, so 3 o'clock Mountain.
Okay.
So we'd have 2 hours with him if we start right after lunch.
Okay. All right. Good.
Do you think that'll be plenty of
Yeah.
time?
No, I don't have that many questions for him.
Okay.
So let's go with that when we come back from our lunch recess. We'll come back at 1.
Okay, I'll have Mr.
Okay.
Pollock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are recessed until 1 o'clock.
Mr. Bagatko,
Yes, Mr. Lee.
can you spell those 2 plants you mentioned?
Kunzler's hedgehog cactus, I believe that was spelled Kunzler', if I recollect properly.
All right, then the next one.
Then the next one, if you'll permit me, I'm going to double check that one for you.
Certainly.
And that would be Night Blooming Sirius, and that is NIGHT-blooming, and then Sirius is spelled CEREUS.
CEREUS. All right, thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Mr. Bartell, are you on?
Mr. Lee? Do you need
Mr.
it?
Bar- I was looking for Mr. Bartell.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I'll talk to you later.
Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Kevin Gedko with the Attorney General's Office.
Yes, sir.
I'm learning this a little bit, so I was conferring with the witnesses that we have over lunch. And they asked me for a little bit more clarification because Matt Cahill is 7 or 8 down the line, and tomorrow afternoon after 2:30, he is unavailable due to an appointment, medical appointment.
Okay.
And I just thought I would share that. And by
Thanks.
my read of everything, I told them that I didn't expect that they would be called this afternoon, but that they should be ready by tomorrow morning.
And depending on the availability of the commissioners, actually, Ms. Crane may be up today.
Okay.
Okay. And I guess, let me get these people in from the waiting room.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, if we could go over what we think is going to happen, that would be helpful for getting the witnesses lined up.
Okay, and I actually just admitted a witness that I didn't mean to. So Mr. Walters, I'd like for you to exit the Zoom, and if you want to listen, you can go on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, we'll come back on the record from being at our luncheon recess, and we're trying to get a better idea of what's going to go on time frame wise. And Mr. Bartel, did you want to?
Yes. So we're far down on the line of witnesses. And I had understood that you definitely wanted to question Mr. Cronauer. I'm not clear about whether questions will be directed to Mr. Chris. And I'm just trying to get some idea of when they should be available.
Okay.
so that
I do not believe that I indicated that I was gonna ask Mr. Cronauer questions, but I think I indicated that I wanted the bench request witnesses available if there were questions.
Okay. Well, he participated in answering a bench request. So
Okay.
that's
I guess as we well, and we can actually do that now, because that is on my list of things to do. I think the parties have had an opportunity to review what I put in the Dropbox yesterday morning, and that being the 28 commission exhibits that I had referred to And exhibits 1 through 3 have already been admitted. And I guess generally, are there going to be any objections to admitting commission exhibits 4 through 28?
Madam Examiner,
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Ms.
can you-
Hardy,
yes, Dana Hardy for SPS. Your Honor, SPS objects to the questions themselves being considered evidence in the case. We don't object to the responses coming into the record. I think we've stated in our responses to the questions and also in the other pleadings we've submitted our concerns regarding many of the statements that are in the questions as being derived from information that's outside of the record and not based on information presented by the parties in this case. So that is SPS's position.
okay. And as indicated in the proposed exhibit, these are only the responses to the questions, although I realize that you might be including the questions in your response. Correct, Ms. Hardy?
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone else have an objection to Commission Exhibits 4 through 28? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I note your objection. Ms. Hardy, and I am going to go ahead and admit the commission exhibits and consider them for what merit, if any, they may have. I would also note for the record that each one of them is has been verified by and filed with the commission previously. So, Mr. Lee, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
SBS Commission Exhibit 4 is SPS's response to bench request number 1. It was filed on April 26th, 2021. Commission Exhibit 5 is SPS's supplement to its response to bench request 1, and that was filed on June 17th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 6 is Walmart's response to bench request 2 and 3, filed on June 3rd, 2021. Commission Exhibit 7 is SPS's response to bench request 2 and objection, filed June 4th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 8 is the errata to bench request 7. It was filed on the 17th of June, 2021. Commission Exhibit 9 is the LES/FEA response to bench request 2 that was filed on June 4th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 10 is the New Mexico Large Customer Group's response to bench request 2, filed June 4th. Commission Exhibit 11 is staff's response to bench request 2, filed on June 4th, 2021. Commission Exhibit 12 is staff's response to bench request 3, filed on June 4th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 13 is the New Mexico Large Customer Group and Occidentals response to bench request 3, filed on June 4th, 2021. Commission Exhibit 14 is the FEA/LES response to bench request 3, filed on June 4th, 2021. Commission Exhibit 15 is SPS's response to bench request 3, filed on June 11th, 2021. Bench request 16. It's not bench request 16. Commission Exhibit 16 is the New Mexico Attorney General's response to bench requests 1 through 4. I believe that was also entitled Supplemental Testimony. That was filed on June 8th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 17 is the New Mexico Attorney General's second supplement to bench request 4. That was filed July 8th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 18, New Mexico Large Customer Group and Occidental's response to bench request 4, filed on July 8th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 19 is SPS's response to bench request 4, filed July 8th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 20 is staff's response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed on July 16th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 21 is COG's response, and that's capital C-O-G, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed July 16th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 22 is the FEA/LES response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed on July 16th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 23 is the New Mexico Attorney General's response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed on July 16th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 24 is Occidental's response to bench request number 5 and supplement with redacted confidential information, filed July 16th of 2021. Commission Exhibit 25 is New Mexico Large Customer Group's response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed on July 16th, 2021. Commission Exhibit 26 is SPS's response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed July 16th, 2021. Commission Exhibit 27 is staff's amended response to bench request 5 and supplement, filed July 22nd, 2021. And Commission Exhibit 28 is Occidental's amended response to bench request 5 and supplement, which I believe we already have on the record, withdraws the confidential information, which was not filed in the open public record and is not contained in the commission exhibit. Okay, so with that, that takes care of the bench request responses that were requested to be put into the record as commission exhibits by the chair. And
Hearing examiner Hurst. This is Thor Nelson for the NMLCG.
yes, sir.
I just wanted to make you aware of the fact as you were going through this process that about half an hour ago, the NMLCG along with Occidental filed its responses to the 6th bench request, which were due today. We were trying to get those in before the witnesses took the stand and were successfully able to do so. So while you were going through this, I just wanted to alert that fact, and at 12:41, you should have received a Word version via email from my assistant so that you have that before you.
I see that.
And I'll just note that the portions, this is not the entirety of the 6th bench request. This is just those portions that were directed to our joint witness, Mr. David Garrett. So, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware that that was submitted as you went through this process.
Very well. Thank you, sir. And again, just okay. And it looks like the Attorney General's office has also filed its responses.
Sydney, our paralegal, was working on that just before lunch.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Kevin Gedko with the Attorney General's office.
And you were saying?
That our paralegal Sydney was working on that upload that the hearing examiner just referred to.
Okay.
We wanted to have that up there before Matt Cahill testifies, as it's most relevant to his testimony.
It also looks as if SPS has filed its information from the 5th hearing bench request. And I think that's all I've gotten so far, are those three items. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah. So we've gotten through the commission exhibits, and so that circles me back to Mr. Bartel's point of me saying that the witnesses need to be available to answer any questions that might be asked about the bench request responses. I have no questions regarding the bench request responses. So in trying to get, as the parties have requested, in trying to get some idea of where we go from here, as I indicated before the luncheon break, I have no further questions of SPS witnesses. But as we know, the sixth bench request potentially might lead to the commissioners having more questions for Mr. D'Ascendis. Or who else might have answered the sixth bench request. So, you know, I put that proviso out there that, you know, we can go through these witnesses and I can tell you, for example, I mean, the next witness we're going to have is Mr. Pollock. And the commissioner has questions for the FEA LES witnesses, for Mr. Garrett, for Mr. Gigax or Dr. Gigax, for Mr. Cahal, and for Mr. Tupler. So based upon that and based upon my luncheon review of the questions I have at this point, and again, subject to bench request question, I do not believe that there are going to be any questions for COG witness, Mr. Barron, for Walmart witnesses.
Mr. Barrett?
Barron, Baron. I do not believe that there will be questions for Walmart witnesses, Chris, and that's CHRISS, or Mr. Kronauer, KRONAUER. Okay, so that updates us a little. Okay. So the way I see this going, like I say, we're getting ready. I have some few questions for Mr. Pollock. I then have a few questions for Mr. Higgins. And then for Ms. Crane. After that, my questions would be for Ms. Ramey from staff. So those are the four witnesses that I have questions for that I know, at least at this point, that the commission does not have questions for. I've been given, or I got a message that the meeting is still going. So it might be later than 2, it could be closer to 3. So I just give you that lineup if the commissioners have not joined. If the commission joins as soon as I've completed my questions of whichever of those four witnesses I've just referred you to, the first commission witness would be Mr. Gorman.
Judges Ramey,
Actually, no, it looks like it would be Mr. Walters. FEALES witness Walters, and then Gorman. Yes, Mr. Lee.
Ramey, RAMIE.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, so does that give us a plan? Okay, all right, well, and moving along then. Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Pollock.
Good afternoon, Judge Hurst. How are you?
I'm okay. How about yourself?
I'm great. Thank you.
Awesome. I just have a few questions for you, and I'm going to ask Mr. Lee to swear you in first, please.
Sure. I think he might be muted.
Now, would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So you not only got oh, my lists have lists. There we go. Okay. Mr. Pollock, you filed direct testimony, you filed rebuttal testimony, and you filed testimony in support of the stipulation, correct?
Yes.
And suffice it to say, there's kind of some big changes from your initial testimony to your final testimony. Correct?
Changes in what respect?
Well, changes in position.
No. Happy to explore that with you.
Okay. Let's talk about that. I know in your rebuttal testimony, one of the big bones of contention had to do with how the costs were allocated to the Hale and Sagamore energy.
You're talking about my direct testimony. Yes. Yes, that was a pretty big issue.
Well, and as a matter of fact, for example, in your stipulation testimony at page 3, the question is posed at line 6 and 7. Have the parties agreed on a specific class cost of service study methodology, and you begin your answer at line 8 saying, no. And you point out the two positions when you say at lines 10, beginning at line 10, in particular, SPS proposed to allocate Hale and Sagamore based on energy, which is a departure from the commission precedent, allocating production plant using the AED-4CP method. Correct?
Correct.
And then you further go on to point out that the at line 13, the stipulated class revenue allocation, well, I skipped the sentence. A majority of the signatories oppose this change.
Right.
And then you say at lines 15 and 16 that basically that the stipulated class revenue does not endorse any specific cost allocation methodology for Hale or Sagamore, correct?
Right. That's correct.
So when I was asking the SPS witnesses earlier today about, just a basic understanding of the two different methodologies and who might benefit more or less. Did you hear that testimony?
I did hear some of it, yes.
And so it looks like to me that basically under the existing methodology, large usage customers would pay less if SPS agreed to continue using the AED 4CP methodology, wouldn't they?
All the things equal, that's right. If you just allocated all production plant, including the wind and so on A&E 4CP, that would be certainly a different outcome than SPS's proposal, which takes the two wind plants and allocates them on an energy basis.
Are you seeing, because if I recall, and I know you've been in several of our cases.
Yes.
Are you seeing any jurisdictions around the US that are actually allocating wind energy different than the standard production model allocation?
It's getting more attention. Certainly it's getting attention because wind and solar typically have are intermittent resources, and the question is, are there different things that drive costs differently for those resources than other. In my analysis, in this case, I've looked very extensively at the performance of the wind and solar PPAs in this case, and I found that these resources actually do make substantial contributions, capacity contributions. In fact, I think I mentioned that the Hale plant is accredited for up to 320 megawatts of capacity. The two solar PPAs are accredited for about 75% of their nameplate capacity. So, with the exception of the fact that obviously you can't dispatch wind and solar because of you can only basically generate when they're available. They have many of the same attributes as thermal plants do, and so that's kind of why I think that you don't change the laws of allocation just because you're allocating the cost of a renewable resource as opposed to the cost of a non-renewable resource.
Well, I don't know if you've been listening to some of the earlier testimony and comment Monday and Tuesday in the case, but there at least seems to be a thought that perhaps in the future, the parties might actually want to do that.
And I understand. But here's the thing too, that you know, if you decide you're going to change the way, and I've addressed this in my testimony as well. You know, if you're going to change the way that when resources get allocated and completely ignore the fact that these resources have capacity attributes, and they all do. So there is some capacity attribute, but if you're going to ignore that, then it necessarily affects how you're going to allocate all the rest of the investments, all the thermal plants, because the wind and solar plants they're going to run when they run. They're going to displace the thermal plants, which means the thermal plants are going to run a lot less, which means you have to change the way that you apply the average and excess method in order to recognize that. I've actually done a separate cost study that said, okay, let's assume that all the PPAs and Hale and Sagamore are allocated on an energy basis, just like SPS is doing, just like the wind and solar PPAs are being recovered today on an energy basis through the fuel clause. What happens if you adjust how A&E 4CP is allocated to the thermal plants?
I'm sorry, can you state that last, PPAs are being recovered?
Right. So if you recognize that the wind and solar PPAs are being recovered on an energy basis through the FPP-CAC, you take all that into account and adjust the way that the A&E 4CP method is applied to the thermal plants, you end up with a cost study that actually doesn't show a lot of cost shift from the status quo. In fact, it actually shows some lower costs to the higher load factor customers. So we could certainly talk about, you know, changing the way that renewable costs get allocated in cost studies. But we also have to talk about how does that affect the thermal plant allocation of thermal plant, and to kind of complete the picture, because, you know, production plant is not just assets, they're operating costs, and fuel is a big one of those operating expenses. Then you also need to reconsider how fuel costs are allocated and recovered. And so it becomes kind of a whole package of changes that if I want to go down that path, then I need to also take into account these other things that you know, will change and should change to provide a symmetrical treatment of both different types of resources and different types of costs. So more than willing to have that discussion with you, but it's not as simple as just changing one thing and letting everything else stay the same.
And back to your point of, in this case, and actually in the last case in 19-00170, there wasn't a specific allocation for Hale in that case either, was there?
That's right. It was settled as a black box.
So you probably heard me ask the witness about kicking the can down the road, and if this is the second kick at the can, and the commission were to accept it, when would you see this issue ever not being kicked down the road?
Well, I think that's kind of a little bit up to the commission. You know, SAS is not the only utility in New Mexico that's investing a lot in renewable resources. Obviously, PNM is doing a lot, and El Paso has done some as well. If the commission feels that there's a real need to have a generic type discussion about, well, are current cost allocation methods appropriate in light of the changing resource mix? And if not, how should they be changed? Perhaps the commission should consider having a generic cost allocation proceeding, and let's all get to the table and talk about the issues and have some great discussion about it.
Sir, further on in your testimony, on your STIP testimony on page 3, you you're talking about tariff changes. And part of the stipulation agreement was that SPS would withdraw the resiliency tariff that it proposed, correct?
Yes.
But then as indicated on page 4 of your testimony, Occidental had recommended that they file a standby tariff, and that was agreed to in the stipulation, correct?
Yes.
And what would that standby tariff consist of?
That's the question. I think that a large customer group, Witness Higgins, gave kind of a framework of a standby rate. I think as you may have read in my rebuttal testimony, I think we had some issues with that, some of the specifics of that, but I think kind of the general framework would be somewhat along the lines of what Mr. Higgins proposed with some further modifications.
And I thought I heard this morning that SPS had previously had a standby tariff that may have, and I don't recall the case number, but that the commission may have gotten rid of in a prior case. Do you recall that?
Yes, there were actually two separate tariffs. I think there was a tariff that had been around for some time. And then I think there was a second tariff that would apply to renewable resources. And I'm not sure why. I know that there was a lot of opposition on and I forget what rate schedules they were, so I can't really remember the names, but there were two different schedules. I know that there was a lot of opposition to the renewable one. I don't think anybody opposed the regular standby rate schedule, other than maybe there weren't too many customers on it, but it's not clear to me why that one got rejected too, and not the one that was contested. But the one that Mr. Higgins filed that I was talking about and addressed in my rebuttal is more, it's like a standby tariff. It's more of a tariff to kind of provide shaping service and that for the fact that your renewable resource can't, fully track all of the load. And it's a little different. It's a little different animal than your traditional standby rate, but we call it a standby rate because it's designed to replace what energy that a new renewable project is unable to produce.
So in essence, then it would allow the customer to have a renewable resource on its own site and provide itself with energy?
Right. It essentially would allow the customer to utilize the renewable resource and to buy the necessary shaping energy so that the combination of the renewable resource and the energy purchases would precisely match the customer's load. And that's a form of a standby tariff, but it's a little different characteristic than your typical traditional standby rate.
Well, how is it any different than like your home DG?
Similar, same principle there. What you're doing is you're trying to, buy energy as a way of shaping and replacing the energy that would otherwise have been generated by your own energy resource.
So then that would allow presumably the commercial, industrial, large customer to have their own renewable resource and potentially sell back?
That's a different issue. I mean, I think that opens up a different can of issues, but regardless, you've got to recognizing you're not going to be able to use a renewable to precisely match your load each and every hour. You're going to have something, some backup to supplement it.
But what you would foresee in such a tariff would be a reduced cost rate for,
Right.
for the site?
I don't know if it's a reduced cost rate, but it's a rate that we can develop based on, using the current rate designs and adapting them in different ways. That helps to track costs, to reflect the time when these costs are incurred and the fact that when costs are incurred, it does require some capacity support. So whether that leads to a reduced rate or not, I can't say.
Okay. So, but potentially you might be looking at some kind of reduction like like utilized with a TOU.
Well, that's a different issue, but it certainly would be a rate that would obviously have to reflect time varying costs because, and that's one of the things with challenges with renewable is that, if you can always be on during the nighttime when wind is operating, it's a perfect match. But if you're on during the daytime and you've got a wind resource behind you, you got to have to replace it with something, and that something's going to cost a little more because daytime energy is more costly than nighttime energy. So clearly, anything that you do in this regard is going to have some time of use characteristics to it. So it's not just usage; it's also time when the usage occurs because the costs vary, as a function of time period.
As a function of?
The time period.
Thank you.
And define for me what shaping is.
So shaping is a term that basically says if I have a certain load shape and my energy supply is it can't quite match that shape because of the limitations, then I'm buying energy essentially to get supplement to get to my shape.
Okay.
So it's like here's my energy requirement. Here's what my resource can do. So I'm buying that additional as shaping. So I'm trying to match the shape of my load. It's an interesting term of art.
And I mean, is it realistic that these large customers are actually going to be willing to invest in their own renewable resources such to make to make that investment on their own to provide their own power?
A number have already. I remember there are a number of SPS customers that already have some behind the meter generation. And when I say customers, I'm talking about larger customers that actually have. I know one customer in particular has some renewable resource on their site, so they are doing it. I think there's certainly a lot of momentum and encouragement for companies to do it. I think to the extent that they can bring projects to the table and work with the utility to manage those projects in a way that they can be integrated and so on and used. I think the way you bring those projects to the fore is something that we need to talk about. But yes, a great example, I think a lot of the tech companies are bringing their own wind farms or solar projects with them and working out deals with the utility to essentially integrate those resources into their system and providing, of course, the benefit of that integration to the customer that's applying the project. So a lot of interesting stuff like that is happening. It's certainly very possible, and we just need to encourage an environment that will allow that kind of collaboration and hopefully a successful outcome.
I'm not one to discourage innovation. But having said and heard this morning about all of the things that happened from when the CCNs for Hale and Sagamore were authorized to, after what happened after Hale had been constructed, that added all of the costs to the Sagamore project. I mean, that's a significant amount of money just in changes.
Well, the good part is that I think the two came in under the cost cap. That's why we negotiated a cost cap, right? To make sure that stuff happens that we don't always anticipate. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The ultimate, even though it's not do you have some objective explanation for the commission as to why in this, as you have termed it, black box stipulation, with a lot of numbers not being agreed to, and with the way that the revenue allocation has been agreed to, as to the reasonableness of requesting over a 20% base rate increase for residential customers.
So I think that's reflective of the fact that under just about everybody's class cost of service studies, the residential rates were below cost. Even SPS's study showed that. And whenever you have a class that's below cost, it's appropriate in order to move rates closer to cost, consistent with commission's practices, that class gets an above average base rate increase. And it's important to note that I'm talking about base rates as opposed to overall rates, because it's the base rates that are the things that we're talking about in this case, that really determine, how rates move closer to cost. So I think that result was pretty much justified by every cost study, even SPS's cost study. Given that where that class was in below cost, under the current rates.
Well, I understand, perhaps not, definitely not as well as you, Mr. Pollack, about what it costs to serve a particular class. And, I've heard over the years about class subsidies and trying to move the rate classes toward recovering their actual cost, and limitations by setting that the increase not be above a certain amount. But I mean, pretty much what I heard today from the SPS witness, when he was testifying about the typical residential SPS customer, I seem to recall a figure of around $9 and something. a month for that customer that was going to use 800 or 900 units of electricity a month. And I think it was approximately around and I think it was, the bill was around $82, something like that. So I mean, I'm assuming that you are a residential ratepayer.
I am.
And I
Although
don't
my
know.
my wife pays the bill, so I don't know. I let her deal with that. I tell her I try to keep my rates high so she can pay for it.
Well, but you can understand that, if you were getting a $9 or $10 increase, on $80, it might give you pause, don't you think?
Well, I'd be really careful about what I do and try to put a more efficient appliances so I use a little less.
Well, I think probably if you've been listening too, you have heard some assertions about not just the low income segment of the New Mexico population. And I mean, generally, if you're worried about that $80 bill, you're probably not going to be able to go buy energy efficient appliances, are you?
Well, that's a whole different issue. I recognize that there are a group of people that all have a problem, but it's not clear that how much you can subsidize them, and there really are limits to using electricity rates as a tool for supplementing low income. It really has to be addressed in a broader context. The last thing you want to do, and it's kind of hard to say because a residential customer, we don't know, whether, what their income status is. They're residential customers. They all pay the same rates, faced with the same rates. So the question is, if you end up, lowering all residential rates by a certain amount in order to subsidize those that need it, then effectively you're giving, improper price signals to the customers that don't really need the assistance, and you kind of create that vicious circle. So you don't want to necessarily do, I guess, what does a medical profession say? Do no harm. You don't want to try not to do any harm there, but and recognize that there have to be some other mechanisms in place to really help those that need the assistance.
And and I appreciate that, and I realize the residential sector is not who you're here testifying for today, but again, I mean, I think in your position, and having the knowledge and expertise that you do, and having the wide variety of jurisdictions that you've dealt with, that you get to see a lot more than some of us do of what's going on other places. And so, like I said, I'm sort of asking you in the broader context, understanding that I realize that you are here today on behalf of Occidental. And Occidental, well, their employees might be residential customers. Occidental is not a residential customer. But which isn't to say that all of the interests in the case don't have a residential focus. Obviously, your main focus is, on a different customer class. And I guess, knowing that all the parties that are signatories on the STIP signed off on this almost a 21% increase, base rate increase for the residential class, the commission is, I think, legitimately questioning, how that's going to be interpreted back in their districts.
Sure, of course.
Especially the commissioners who have SPS ratepayers in their districts.
Right. I understand.
Again, even if your wife pays the rates, and I understand that, but I think most of the people, that are, as part of the proceeding, if they were told that they might get a 21% increase in anything that they're paying, they might say, "Woo."
Yeah, it's a tough message because we all want reliable electricity, and unfortunately, costs do go up. It's not any easier for industrials to absorb that either, because it's a little bit of a myth that they just pass it through, but that's they face competition as well. So it's a real balancing act. I fully appreciate the dilemma, but I just think you need to play it straight down the middle and do what you can to treat all the classes as fair as possible, and work with other agencies to make sure that the customers that need assistance get the assistance that they need.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad.
That'll be a much more effective delivery mechanism than trying to do so through subsidizing electric rates.
Oh. All right, Mr. Pollock, I appreciate your candor. I don't have any other questions about your testimony. Trying to think if and you answered the question on the cost allocation methodology. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank
Mr. McMillan? Ms. Coleman?
Your Honor,
Coleman,
yeah, I've got Jeff. Thank you. I do just have a few clarifying questions for him.
Okay, do you announce
Mr.
yourself
Pollock,
to Mr.
I'm
Lee?
sorry. Yes, Katie Coleman for Occidental. Mr. Pollock, hearing examiner Hurst was asking you some questions about whether the wind resources should be allocated on an energy basis or an A&E 4CP basis. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think there's been a perception that those are a little bit binary, that one is a demand-based allocation and one is an energy-based allocation. Could you explain your understanding?
I'm sorry. One is
a demand-based allocation. The other is an energy-based allocation. And can you explain your understanding of what an A&E 4CP allocation actually is?
Sure. So A&E 4CP, the A in A&E stands for average demand. Average demand is basically the same as energy. So A&E 4CP is partially an energy allocator and partially a peak demand allocator. The weighting is based on load factor. So if the system load factor is 50%, just for illustration purposes, that means that average demand or energy gets weighted by 50% and excess demand gets weighted by 50%.
And you were also asked some questions about why SPS doesn't have a standby tariff. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were involved in the case where that tariff was removed. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that both of those tariffs were eliminated because of a lack of an underlying cost study? Does that sound familiar?
I know for a fact on the renewable standby rate that was true, that the company had put forth a study. It was challenged pretty vigorously, and the examiner rejected it. The commission agreed with it. I'm not so sure about the what I'll call the more traditional standby tariff. I don't know that was ever really challenged or whether the cost basis was challenged. I just don't recall it.
If SPS were to create a new standby tariff for a customer with on-site generation or on-site solar in particular, would you anticipate it would be based on the cost that that customer causes for the SPS system?
Absolutely. Yeah, it would have to be. Yeah, in order to avoid discrimination, it would have to reflect the costs that are applicable to that class, but shaped as necessary to recognize contributions made by the renewable resource.
And that was my next question. When you talk about shaping, is it fair to say that shaping really allows the cost to match a customer's demand shape over a time period?
That's right.
Okay. And hearing examiner Hurst also asked you some questions about whether large industrials actually would ever install on-site solar. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of large industrial customers who have installed on-site solar?
I'm aware of customers that have behind the meter generation, renewable generation. Yes.
Industrial customers.
Yes.
Okay, and is it also true that many industrial customers have sustainability initiatives or zero carbon goals that might support?
That's certainly one of the motivators, yes.
Okay, and then finally, the hearing examiner was asking you some questions about the relative rate increases for the residential class versus other classes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And can you explain the role that the fuel costs play in that analysis if you're comparing overall increases versus base rate increases and how that should be considered?
So as I mentioned to the hearing examiner, that this case is a focus on base rates. So it's always appropriate when you're looking to align base rates closer to cost to look at the base rate impacts. Obviously, the base rate impacts aren't the total story as far as how much is a customer's bill going to be affected by an increase. And so you have to then say, okay, well, here's what the base rates would be. But then when I take into account the fuel and purchase power charge, energy efficiency charge, any other thing that may affect it, effectively that increase is, you can measure it as a percentage of your total bill. I think under the settlement, the estimate was the residential increases 20.77% base rate increase would result in a little over 10%, a little under 11% overall bill impact to customers. Now I'm not trivializing that. I mean, any increase is significant, but that's just the effect of the fact that there are other costs besides base rates that go into the bill.
And some of those change over time between base rate cases, is that correct?
They always change. In fact, thinking about the recent winter storm, SPS and a lot of other utilities have incurred huge amounts of unrecovered fuel costs. And so when we talk about the fuel charge, we recognize that that's kind of a real, that's an always changing price because it's always reflective of changes in actual fuel and purchase power costs. And so when a utility incurs very high fuel and purchase power costs, such as during a severe winter storm, all customers get impacted by that, but those higher fuel charges are going to be borne, have a bigger impact on the higher load factor classes than they will on the lower load factor customers. And so you really need to look at it from that perspective as well. It's not just, well, yeah, the industrial customers are benefiting from the lower fuel cost of wind generation, but that's by design. It's supposed to work that way. Whenever you put a new plant in service, it's going to have lower fuel costs than the plants that already exist. That's going to happen under almost any circumstance. Even if it was a new gas plant, that would also happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pollock. Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This
Any-
is Mr. Marks.
Yes, sir.
First, I had a few questions for this witness based on your examination.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Pollock, you were a witness in that case 17-00255 UT, where the matter of the standby rates was litigated, correct?
I was, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't recall the rates. Does it refresh your recollection that they might have been rates 59 and 67?
Sounds right.
Okay. And is it your recollection that rate 59 was a standby rate that was directed at customer classes not having a demand charge, and rate 67 was a standby rate for customers with a demand charge?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, my recollection is not as specific as yours, but I know there were different circumstances surrounding the two different rates.
Well, if I take away the numbers, the rate numbers, would it be your recollection that there was one targeting customer classes without a demand charge that was the subject of most of the litigation?
I think that's right, but I don't recall the exact issue.
Okay. The standby rate that you're hoping for as an outcome to the current stipulation, would that be specific to customers that pay a three-part rate with a demand charge?
I think it would be in this specific instance, but that's not to say that you couldn't design similar types of rates that parallel the design of other rates that are not three-part rates.
As I understand your response, you're saying you could do that, but what you are seeking in the follow-up to the stipulation is a rate that works for customers, large customers that have a demand charge, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Not to preclude the other options as well, but obviously that's my focus is on the customers that pay demand charges.
Okay. And one last question. There's been some discussion about behind the meter renewables. I think might have been in Mr. Higgins' testimony, but I think I saw somewhere also a reference to cogeneration. Would you agree that such a standby rate would be applicable to large customers who had cogeneration behind the meter?
Yeah, I think there could be not necessarily one type of standby rate, because we're talking about a renewable resource will have a little different characteristic than a I'll call it traditional combined heat and steam kind of resource that has a little different characteristic. But yes, point taken, they both require some type of standby, some type of tariff that will allow to replace the energy that is normally supplied by the on-site resource.
I'm sorry, sir, your voice is trailing off, or some type of tariff that
that applies to behind the meter resources to replace the energy normally.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If I believe that's all we have.
Okay.
Mr. Pollock, thank you very much. You're excused,
Always a pleasure.
sir.
Thank
Until
you.
the next time. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
And the same to you, sir. Okay. I believe the next witness, maybe. The next witness that I have questions for is Mr. Higgins, and that is New Mexico Large Customer Group witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thor Nelson on behalf of the Large Customer Group, and I'll be presenting Mr. Higgins's testimony today.
Okay, very well. Good afternoon, Mr. Higgins.
Good afternoon, Judge Hurst.
How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Excellent. Mr. Lee, would you please swear in Mr. Higgins?
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And Mr. Higgins, it's my understanding that you filed direct testimony and stipulation testimony in this case.
That is correct.
Is that correct? And it's also my understanding that as with most stipulations, your direct position changed from your stipulation position.
Well, there were certain compromises that were agreed to as part of the overall stipulation, but I would say that if you could direct me to any specific issues that you're addressing in terms of, you know, a change in position, I'd be more than happy to discuss it.
It does not like it when I unplug the headphones. And perhaps I'm characterizing that incorrectly, Mr. Higgins. Let me put it this way. There are recommendations that were made by you and the other parties in your direct testimony that were not included in the stipulation.
That is correct. There were some that were not included. There were others that were included. For example, I'll note that, you know, one of the important recommendations that I made in this case was that there should be a return of a portion of the transition revenues that are currently included in the deferred fuel account. And I had recommended that 50% of those revenues be returned, while the stipulation doesn't provide for that same 50% to be returned. It does return 25% of those revenues, which is going to be a more than $12 million credit to customers in the next 12 months, which is actually outside the base rate impacts. This is a completely separate benefit. So, you know, it's a matter of compromise. And so I believe that is a fair resolution of that issue in the context of the overall case. There were some specific revenue requirement adjustments that I recommended that are not called out in the stipulation. But of course, there is also a large unspecified adjustment as part of the overall package. And so if you look at the total revenue requirement recommendation that the large customer group had made in my direct testimony, you can see that the final stipulation revenue requirement is not that much greater than that. I addressed that in my stipulation testimony. For example, the final revenue requirement in this case, right, from the stipulation is recommended at 62.4 million in terms of a base rate increase. And then if you adjust for the fact that there's a carve out for the Lubbock Power and Light revenues, that would compare to a about a $60 million recommended increase from the large customer group. So, the final revenue requirement, as proposed, is within about $2 million of what we had recommended, and which is significantly less than the $87 million increase that SPS had asked for. So we view that the final revenue requirement outcome as being, very close to what we felt was fair from the outset of the case.
Mhm. And then additionally, moving on in your stipulated testimony, where you're describing on pages 4, 5, and 6, the class revenue allocation. I believe that you're also satisfied with the way that that those have ultimately been structured, correct?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. And what's important to recognize with the class cost allocation is that this was not a random allocation. Even though the stipulation doesn't settle on a specific cost allocation method, the results of the cost studies that the various parties performed were taken into account heavily in the resulting allocation. So, starting with SPS's allocation, as well as the allocations that were provided by a number of the intervening parties. What we found when we were trying to settle the case is that many of the studies produced similar results for most of the classes. And so even though we don't have a specific cost of service study that we've agreed upon, we use that information to guide the agreed upon revenue allocation, because we felt it did have to meet a standard of principles. And at the same time, the stipulation also caps the impact on classes that would otherwise get a much bigger increase if full cost of service were applied. And if I may, I know you've been discussing the residential impacts, and if I may speak to that for a moment.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the total increase for base rate increase from the stipulation, you can see that it's just it's over 19%, and the residential, that's average, and the residential impact is only 1.45% above that average. And that was based on a capping principle that the Attorney General witness, Mr. Gigax, had recommended. And so there's a very substantial cap on the residential rate increase. Using SPS's cost of service study, had residential rates been set at cost, they would be closer to 8% above the average, 8 percentage points above the average. So even using the cost of service study, say most favorable to residential customers, they would be getting a much larger base rate increase than the stipulation provides for. As it is, residential is coming in very, very close to the system average. Large general service transmission is also getting an increase above the system average on the base rate increase. We agreed to that as a matter of compromise in light of the total package. So in short, maybe a long way of answering your question, yes, I believe that the resulting revenue allocation is fair and principled.
Okay. And I don't know if there is a I don't know if there is a way to explain I mean, if you look at for example, if you look at Exhibit A, the settlement rate design that's attached to the stipulation, and let's see if I can get it back. Wrong exhibit. Okay, there it is. Okay, come back over. Okay, so when you look at this, and again, I realize this isn't the whole picture as you've indicated by your testimony. It does not include the it doesn't include some of the other agreements, which are reductions that the ratepayers are going to feel. And I understand your testimony that it could have been more, but in looking at this, I think part of the disconnect or lack of appreciation shows, for example, under the residential class that the base rate increase is 20.77. And then you show, then the FPP CAC reductions are shown. And ultimately, then you get to that 10.84, or you get the 11.47 if you're looking at residential service. Whereas when you look at, for example, the large general service transmission, you have within a point the approximate same base rate increase, but yet then when you apply other factors, they actually a reduction.
I'm sorry, Judge, can you repeat that? You were breaking up. They actually
get a reduction. They have that minus 1.48. And I think you can see that it might be difficult for some to understand why, when you have an almost the same increase, that once you get down to the total percent of increase for that rate class, the two aren't anywhere near each other, right?
Yes, I can see that. Would you like me to offer an explanation?
Yes. I think I know what it is, but yes, go ahead.
Thank you. There are a couple of reasons for this. First, let's recognize that the FPPCAC reduction for each customer class is almost identical per kilowatt hour. And if you, for example, when you have a moment, if you look at the large customer group's response to bench request B3, we provided a table that showed that essentially each customer class is getting a very, very similar credit per kilowatt hour for this. Would you like me to pause for a moment while you?
No, I've got you on the room.
Okay.
I got you on the computer audio for a second. Tell me again which bench request that was.
B3.
Go ahead, sir.
Sure. So, Your Honor, if you look at the table at the bottom of the large customer group's response to request B3, and if you look at the far right-hand column, that will show the per kilowatt hour reduction in fuel cost that each customer class received as a result of the Sagamore facility coming into service, which constitutes the lion's share of the reduction in fuel cost. And so if you look at that column, you can see, for example, that almost every customer class gets a little bit more than 0.5 cents per kilowatt hour reduction in fuel cost. And if you look at the residential reduction, it's 0.00564 cents, well, $0.00564 dollars per kilowatt hour. And if you look at the large general service measured at the meter, it's 0.0052. That is, measured at the meter, which is where customers pay their bills, right? The residential credit per kilowatt hour is actually slightly larger than the credit per kilowatt hour of the large general service transmission. So this demonstrates clearly that no class is getting favored treatment or special treatment with respect to these fuel cost benefits, that it's really across the board on a per kilowatt hour basis. So then back to your question about the table and why are the impacts more significantly for the large general service transmission class, there's really two main reasons for that. One is that fuel costs are a much bigger portion of a large general service transmission customer's bill. And so if it's that portion of the bill that's getting the same per kilowatt hour credit as everyone else, but it's just a bigger part of their bill, then that is going to have a larger relative impact on their bill than for a customer for whom fuel is not as big a part of their cost, even though they're both getting the same credit per kilowatt hour. And another fact to bear in mind is that the LGST class doesn't take distribution service. And so they don't have as a proportion of their bill any of the distribution service costs, which adds to the fact that fuel is therefore a larger component of their overall bill, measured as a proportion. So that's really the reason. It's just that everyone's getting the same credit. All the classes are getting the same credit, very, very close to the same credit. But fuel just happens to be a bigger portion of the LGST customers' total bill.
All right, sir. Sir, if we could move on to page 7 of your stipulation testimony. And have you testified, Mr. Higgins, before in a commission proceeding regarding a standby tariff?
Well, not before the New Mexico Commission. I have testified elsewhere.
And is what SPS proposed in this case typical of a standby tariff?
Well, to be clear, SPS did not propose any standby tariff in this case.
That's right.
I proposed a standby tariff. And I can say that it's not typical for a utility to not have a standby tariff. Now, you walked through with Mr. Pollack. I was listening to his description of some of the history that occurred. But it is unfortunately the case that SPS does not have a standby tariff currently. And so I proactively recommended a specific standby tariff that would support large customers who wish to install solar generation. And I can tell you that there are 2 members of a large customer group who are very serious about installing solar generation behind their meters. And it's become an important part of corporate objectives across the United States, including customers who are in the oil and gas business, to install renewable energy resources to offset some of their carbon impacts. And so we have 2 members of the group who are very serious about pursuing solar investments, and they are stymied by the fact that there is not a standby tariff in place. And so I designed a tariff that I felt would reasonably accommodate large-scale solar generation behind the meter. It was not adopted in this proceeding, but it will be that topic will be part of the subsequent investigation into a standby tariff that the stipulation provides for.
So then you say it is unusual that, based upon your knowledge and experience, for a utility not to have one.
Yes.
And then so in answer to my question about whether or not a large customer actually might want to incur the investment to put in a renewable resource, your answer is wholeheartedly yes.
Absolutely, which is why they engaged me in part to prepare a recommended rate design for a backup service for solar generation facilities.
Okay. I just wanted to get this item on page 7. You're answering the question that was posed at page 6. The second part of it regarding the substation leasing section of Schedule 34. And then on page 7, you testify regarding the substation lease tariff issue, the signatories agreed to a compromise that eliminates references to the year 2009 in that section of the tariff, while adopting the clarifying language recommended in my direct testimony. So if I flip to Exhibit B to the stipulation. Under the 9th revised rate 34, which indicates that it is a 6-page tariff. Can you point out to me which page that your language is included on?
It would affect the page that has a heading entitled Substation Leasing.
Okay, that begins on page 3. And then they noted with X's on page 4, some new language. Let's take a look.
Hearing examiner Hurst, and with apologies, but just to maybe help this along, I might refer the witness to perhaps help answer your question to the top of page 4 of 6, which is labeled as page 30 of 45 of Exhibit B. And in particular, the top 2 paragraphs of that page.
There we go, Mr. Higgins. Can you see that?
I can see it. It's still sideways, but
Well, should be coming through in a minute.
okay. Yes, perfect.
And after you've had a chance to look at that, can you tell me, is that the language that you recommended, that new language there?
The language I recommended, Judge Hurst, is simply one sentence in this what is now the second paragraph.
Okay.
And it's the second sentence of the second paragraph, the sentence that begins the increase in the monthly lease payment will be based on the actual cost of the repairs, replacements, or upgrades made by SPS minus the cost included in the current lease of any replaced facility. So the changed language is simply that sentence. That's the new language that was added.
Okay.
And that language was added to clarify the basis for any change in the lease payments that a customer who participates in the substation leasing program would be subject to. As described in my direct testimony, a customer who is a participant in this program was in a disagreement with SPS as to exactly what trigger would constitute the basis for setting a new substation lease. And I recommended including this sentence into the tariff that would make it clear that if there was an investment in more than $100,000 made by the company, that the increase in the monthly lease payment will be based on that investment that was made. It would tie directly to that amount of investment, minus the cost of what was replaced. And that was language that SPS was willing to agree to as part of this settlement. And so I believe this adds necessary clarification to the tariff. And that is the extent of the new language. There
Okay.
was some language that was deleted that referred to subleases that were in effect prior to 2009, or in effect it made reference to 2009, put it that way. And that was also the cause of some disagreement about interpreting the tariff. And as part of this package, the large customer group agreed with SPS to remove the references to 2009 to avoid any confusion about that score. So there's a little bit of language removed and a sentence added.
Okay, excellent. All right, sir. I appreciate your explanations. And Mr. Nelson, any questions based on my questions you'd like to ask Mr. Higgins?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Higgins.
Hello, Mr. Nelson.
All right. Sort of go backwards a bit. You recall the discussion that you had with the hearing examiner Hurst regarding the impacts of the proposed revenue allocation on the different classes, and then a discussion that you had about, in particular, how the benefits of the Sagamore project were being essentially distributed, if you would, to customers through the FPPCAC. Do you recall that discussion, sir?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to go back because I think you might have made a misstatement potentially, and I want to make sure the record is clear. So I would ask you to refer to, and just to be precise for the record, this is Commission Exhibit 25, which is the NMLCG response to the 5th bench request order. And in particular, bench request B3 in that Exhibit 25. And let me know when you have that in front of you, sir.
I'll have it in a second. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And you were discussing with the hearing examiner the table there that's part of the bench request B3. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And in particular, there were then 2 columns that you were discussing. One is the second to last column, sort of left to right, labeled the Sagamore fuel reductions per kWh at source. Do you see that?
I see that, although I did not, in my recollection, refer to that column. I only intended to refer to the column furthest to the right.
That's what I think too, but just so we're clear on this, when you said, or when the table says at source, can you just define what that means for the record?
Sure, that's measured at the generator.
Okay, and then the second column, so the far right column is the Sagamore fuel reductions per kWh at meter. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, that's measured at the customer's meter.
All right. And the piece of this that I just want to confirm is I believe that you had testified that you compared the .00504 figure from the at source column of, sorry, the zero, where is it? Okay, let me back up a second. Maybe I just will say this. So when you were testifying about the LGST, maybe this doesn't matter, but I thought I heard you refer to a 0.00504 figure, which I think is the large municipal and school service. So I apologize if I misheard you, but just so we're clear, can you please sort of put in for the record what the Sagamore fuel reductions per kWh at the meter are for the LGST class as compared to the savings at the meter for the residential class, just to make sure we've got those numbers correct.
The credit at the meter for LGST is the 0.00520 dollars per kilowatt hour, which is what I intended to refer to. I think that is what I referred to, but maybe I didn't.
Okay.
And then I compared that to the credit for residential, which is 0.00564, which is a larger credit.
Agree. And I apologize if it was my misunderstanding, but I wanted to make sure that we had those numbers correct. And just if you know, why does the residential class have a slightly larger sort of savings per kilowatt hour from this project than does the LGST class?
Well, it has to do with how these credits get translated by the time it gets to a customer's meter. So when you're talking about the adjustment at a meter, it takes into account line losses. And so since there are greater line losses to deliver service to a residential customer, if you are saving on fuel cost, if you're avoiding energy costs as a result of lowering fuel costs, then the credit is larger when measured at the meter because you're avoiding more line losses than you otherwise would have per kilowatt hour. You're saving more fuel, put it that way, per delivered kilowatt hour. I should put it that way, because you're avoiding having to deliver further down the system, incurring greater line losses, and therefore you're not requiring as much fuel per kilowatt hour to serve those customers when you install the wind facility.
Okay. Appreciate that clarification. Now, another topic that you discussed with the hearing examiner was, again, in the theme of why putting into context, if you would, the difference of the impacts on a base rate basis as compared to a total bill basis, comparing the residential class versus the larger commercial classes. Do you recall that discussion generally with the hearing examiner?
Yes.
All right. And so if I could refer you back to Exhibit A of the stipulation, which is the signatory Exhibit 1, and the table there with the settlement rate design increase by class. And if you could just let me know when you have that in front of you.
I have it in front of me now.
Okay. So one of the issues that you mentioned, in addition to the discussion with the hearing examiner about the fuel savings and how that impacted the bills differently based on the amount of energy consumed by each class, you also mentioned that there was a difference because of the fact, if I understood your testimony, that the residential class and some of the others pay for and receive distribution service as compared to the LGST class, for example, which does not pay for or receive distribution service. Do you recall that discussion you had with the hearing examiner?
Yes.
Okay. And then just to sort of put that into context, is a portion of the rate increase that is being contemplated in this case and which is being proposed to be resolved per the settlement, does a portion of that relate to SPS's revenue requirement for distribution costs?
Yes, it does. In fact, as part of the company's filed case, about 25% of the increase for distribution served customers is related to increases in distribution costs.
Okay. And so could you explain then why, if there's an increase to distribution cost, explain, if you would, why that then appears, if you would, as a sort of a bigger impact on the residential class, and in particular, how you end up at the 10.84% that the hearing examiner was asking you about as compared to the classes that don't take distribution service?
Well, the distribution cost increase is captured in the base rate increase, okay? And in fact, that is why, in part, if residential customers had been assigned an increase that was commensurate with cost of service, they would be at a minimum 8 percentage points above this 19.32. In other words, they would be closer to, 27%. But because of the stipulation, there's a cap on that impact, as we've discussed. Regarding the impact on the total revenues, including fuel, that's really explained by my earlier discussion, which has to do with the fact that some classes have fuel as a larger proportion of their bill than others. For residential customers, fuel is not that significant. Well, it's a less significant portion of their bill than for other customer classes. And since residential customers pay a significant portion of their bill in the form of distribution related costs, that impacts or blunts the percentage benefit they get from the reduction in fuel cost. And certainly to the extent that distribution costs are even going up, in this case, that further contributes to the fact that residential customers see a larger overall increase when you take into account fuel costs than other customer classes.
And then on that same topic, in your discussion with Hearing Examiner Hurst, you mentioned the fact that even under the SPS cost of service study, the residential class would be getting a higher increase than is reflected in the stipulation. And then I believe you described that as the class cost allocation that was most favorable to the residential customers. Do you recall that testimony, sir?
Yes.
So just to sort of explain that a little bit, can you explain why you describe the SPS as most favorable, and then maybe in particular, how the cost allocation analysis that the NMLCG sponsored differs just sort of quantitatively with what the appropriate outcome would have been on a cost of service basis?
Sure. The reason why SPS's cost allocation was more favorable to residentials than other cost allocations is because SPS specifically carved out wind for a separate allocator on an energy basis. And, this was challenged by a number of the parties. And of course, as we've discussed, no specific cost of service method was adopted in this case, but that's the reason why SPS was the most favorable toward residential customers. Nevertheless, even under SPS's cost of service study, on a cost basis, the residential class would have received an increase that is 8 percentage points above the class average, or the system average, pardon me. So again, to translate that to where we landed in terms of revenue requirement for this case, we landed at 19.32% overall. On a cost of service basis, residential would be at least 27.32%. However, if you looked at a cost allocation which did not carve out wind for a different treatment, then the residential classes would be, more along the lines of about a 25% percentage points above the system average. And so you see, a fairly wide range of cost results, demonstrating that the residential class is clearly paying rates significantly below cost of service. And if priced at cost, would get a much larger increase than the stipulation is providing for.
And Mr. Higgins, if I can just make sure I understand, when you say that if wind had not been carved out, are you saying that based upon SPS's proposed base rate increases, it would have been 25%?
Not necessarily, Judge Hurst. I'm referring to cost, the cost of service studies, whereas
Okay.
SPS did not propose to set rates at cost. They
Right.
proposed mitigation. So, but if your question is, if rates were set at cost and SPS had not carved out wind, then yes, it would, the increase to residential would be in the ballpark of about 25 percentage points above the average. Yes.
Above the average increase?
Above the average increase, yes.
And see, and I guess I was just trying to quantify it from this exhibit.
Sure. And so if you look at
Hang on just one second. Let me. Okay, Mr. Lee, I think you can have the record reflect that Commissioner Hall has joined the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, there she is. Hello there, Commissioner Hall.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Good afternoon. I am asking some questions of New Mexico large customer group witness, Mr. Higgins. And as you can see on your screen, I have up our favorite Exhibit A, page 1 from the stipulation. And our topic is Mr. Higgins is explaining why the differences that basically one of the differences between the SPS proposed rate design, how it changed and would have changed more if wind had been calculated like the rest of the generation. Is that fair, Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to figure out. I got to find you again. There you are. So in trying to understand, I guess I wanted you to tell me that if looking at this chart, but see, I don't think we want to look at this chart, do we? We want to look at the SPS proposed allocation, and I want to know how, not to pay full cost of service, but how much more, based on your testimony, the residential increase would have been if SPS had treated all generation sources the same.
Well, Judge Hurst, I do believe that this table is the right point of reference for that discussion. And again, I want to clarify that in SPS's filed case, they did not propose to set rates at cost, the class revenue requirements at cost. They had various caps and so forth involved. And so, if you change the cost of service study, you might not have actually changed those final impacts very much because they had things capped. But I think, what Mr. Nelson was asking me about, and I think what we were talking about with respect to this table here is how much different the results would have been if residential was priced at cost, if the rates were set at cost under two different cost of service studies. And so if we look at the column that shows the percentage base rate increase for residential under the stipulation, of 20.77%, which is 1.45 percentage points above the average of 19.32.
Yes.
The point I would,
Sorry, where are you pointing on the, are you referring to spot on the table?
yes, if Commissioner, if we're looking at the 20.77% for residential at the top, and then comparing it to the total at the very bottom, which is the overall increase for all classes. And so the overall increase for all classes is 19.32%. And I'm saying that the stipulation provides for residential to get very, very close to the overall average. It is 1.45 percentage points above that overall average. Now, had residential been received an increase that was closer to its cost of service under SPS's cost of service method, which is one we do not agree with, but had it been priced at SPS's cost of service, then residential would be a little bit more than 8 percentage points above the average. So instead of 19.32, residential would be closer to 27.32 using SPS's cost of service study. And then I think the question that Judge Hurst was asking me was, well, if instead of SPS's cost of service study, we used a cost of service study that did not carve out the wind, and also, I should say, had a different treatment of the load factor weighting for average and excess, then my answer is that that would add about 25 percentage points to that 19.32. It would be closer to 46%. And so, I mean, I think the upshot is that either way, whichever study you use, SPS's or other studies, the stipulation caps the residential impact at significantly below either of those.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Okay. And thank you for that clarification. That was helpful. But let's, Mr. Higgins, I just want to circle up about one other point. So the cap that you discussed that is applied to the residential rate, which you described in the testimony a moment ago of the 1.45%, can you please explain from how the stipulation was developed, where that cap is derived from?
Yes. And we have to be a little careful when we're talking about percent and percentage points. In this case, I'm referring to the 1.45 percentage points above the 19.32. The stipulation adopts a cap that says that the residential class would be capped at 107.5% of the system average increase. And so if you took the 20.77 and you divided it by 19.32, you would get 107, 0.5, okay? And or 1.075 actually. And that cap was the cap recommended by the Attorney General's witness, Mr. Gigax. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his name, so I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but the stipulation adopts his recommended cap, which is applied to the base rate increase. And he had recommended, as I recall, that no class get more than 107.5% of the system average increase. And so the stipulation applies that cap to the residential class. And so it is taken directly from his recommendation and his direct testimony.
And then while we're here, just to close the loop on this, and this specific question wasn't asked by the hearing examiner, but Mr. Higgins, it did come up in the hearing previously from questions of other witnesses from the chairman. And that is one of the other classes that was discussed was the area lighting service, which is sort of also treated a bit differently than some of the others. And could you maybe just explain again, as the stipulation considered and utilized in part the cost of service information that had been developed by the parties, how it is that the area lighting service outcome was derived?
Yes, all of the cost of service studies that were prepared indicated that the area lighting service actually warranted a rate decrease. And so in light of the fact that there's an overall increase being applied, the stipulation provides that none of the increase will be applied to the area lighting service. They don't get an actual decrease in their base revenue requirement, but it's kept at zero to be consistent with those cost of service results.
Okay, and then again, on the consistency, and I'm going to set aside for a moment the LGST class, but how would you characterize directionally the way that all of the other classes are proposed to move relative to the average increase across the board? How would you characterize that as being sort of supported, if you would, by the collection of cost studies that were presented in this case?
Well, sure. And I can illustrate, say, by looking at, for example, the secondary general service and the primary general service classes. All of the cost of service studies that were prepared, whether they were by SPS or by the large customer group or other parties, indicated that secondary general service and primary general service should get rate increases that were below the system average. And so consistent with that direction that was across all of the studies, the stipulation provides that those two classes get increases that are below the system average. For other classes, such as small general service and small municipal and school service, most of the studies indicated they should get around the system average increase. And so for that reason, those two classes were given the system average increase in the stipulation. And then finally, other classes such as irrigation and municipal street lighting and large municipal and school service, all of the studies indicated they should get increases above the system average. And the stipulation provides that for those classes as well, but they're all capped. In the case of large municipal and school service, they're capped at the same 107.5% of the system average increase that residential is subject to. And for the other two classes, they're capped at 120% of the system average increase, but those are still, they still receive impacts that are less than what the cost of service studies that were prepared by all of the parties indicated they would otherwise get.
And then, so then relative to the one class that I carved out, the LGST, large general service transmission, how would you characterize sort of the record, if you would, on whether the different cost studies before the commission concluded that that class is either above or should get above or below a system average increase?
The SPS study indicated that large general service transmission should get an above average increase. The cost studies done by large customer group and other interveners indicated that that class should get a below average increase on base rates. Through discussion and compromise, the parties agreed that large general service transmission would get an increase that was 102% of the system average increase. So for that reason, the base rate increase for LGST is a little bit above the system average increase.
And then at a high level, can you explain from your perspective, understanding that all of these are sort of utilize and consider the cost studies that are presented into evidence in this case, from your perspective, why is it important and appropriate that the commission consider costs and the cost studies when doing revenue allocation between the classes?
Well, it's important to consider cost of service for both equity and efficiency reasons. Pricing or setting the revenue requirement as close as possible to cost for a class sends the right price signals in terms of using scarce resources such as electric power. It also is important for reasons of equity, that is fairness to customers, so that customer classes are assigned responsibility for the costs they incur on the system as much as is reasonably practicable. Now, the stipulation doesn't go that far, doesn't assign all the classes revenue requirement responsibility commensurate with their full costs of service. There's a lot of mitigation here, but the whether a class gets above or below the average is for the most part related to whether the cost of service studies indicated they should get an increase that is above or below the average or around the average.
And then the other principle that you've discussed through the course of the questions that you've had today is the idea that they're understanding that cost of service may be a goal, that there may be instances when moderation is appropriate. And can you please sort of speak to sort of how you feel moderation should be applied by the commission and how the commission should sort of consider that issue in relation to the objective to move towards cost of service?
Well, the moderation that you're referring to, Mr. Nelson, is sometimes referred to as gradualism. And it's a principle that's applied in rate making to mitigate rate impacts from any one particular rate proceeding on customer classes. And applying the principle of gradualism and balancing it against cost of service principles is a matter of balancing those interests. And it's taking both factors into consideration, the importance of setting rates as close to cost as is practicable, while at the same time being mindful of rate impacts on any one class in any one particular case. And so the stipulation attempts to achieve that reasonable balance, for the reasons I've discussed.
In your discussions today with hearing examiner Hurst, you've mentioned two things. You mentioned the unspecified adjustment relative to revenue requirement. And let me break this apart. Do you recall your discussion about the unspecified adjustment on revenue requirement?
Yes.
Sorry,
you
can you
also-
ask the question again? Do
you recall the discussion on the unspecified adjustment to the revenue requirement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you also recall the discussion about whether and the extent to which the stipulation agrees on a methodology for cost allocation or simply agrees on a result? Do you recall the discussion about that?
I do recall that discussion, yes.
Okay, so I want to break these into two parts. So let's talk about first the unspecified adjustment for revenue requirement. And can you explain from your perspective as someone here supporting the stipulation, how the commission should view that sort of unspecified adjustment and what the advantages may be to having that as opposed to a line by line resolution of all of the revenue requirement issues in dispute in the case?
Sure. An advantage of the unspecified adjustment in this case is that it allows the determination of a reasonable overall revenue requirement for the utility. As I pointed out, the stipulation revenue requirement is just a little bit more than $2 million than what large customer group had recommended in my direct testimony when you take account of the Lubbock Power and Light adjustment. And it allows for the achievement of a fair overall revenue requirement that is satisfactory to the utility and is fair to customers even though the parties may not be willing to concede specific principles of revenue requirement determination. That is, there are certain issues, for example, items that I've raised in my revenue requirement recommendation that, SPS, apparently would not be prepared to yield. At the same time, from the large customer group standpoint, we are, still believe in those arguments that we had made, and arriving at a revenue requirement that is fair, without having to specify the particular line items that were needed to get there, allows both sides to get to a fair place for revenue requirement, but without having to, yield their views or their positions on the right way to address some of these line items.
And on that point in particular, if the commission or a specific commissioner has concerns about the way that the stipulation discusses rate of return on equity, for example, or the capital structure, for example, how does the unspecified adjustment play into that discussion? And is that something that the commissioners who have those concerns might look to as sort of in resolution, if you would, of those issues?
Well, the unspecified adjustment is over $14 million. And that covers a wide range of return on equity. And so it is certainly conceivable to have arrived at the revenue requirement that was reached in this case by agreement with a return on equity that is even lower than the 9.35 that was called out specifically for measuring the revenue requirement for Sagamore and Hale. And so the even though the stipulation doesn't commit to a particular return on equity overall, there's enough room in that unspecified adjustment to accommodate a significant range of returns on equity and capital structure.
The other sort of issue that I wanted to discuss with you quickly was that I believe you testified that the stipulation does not specifically adopt one cost allocation methodology or another. Do you recall your testimony in that regard to the hearing examiner?
Yes.
Okay. And in the context in particular of a situation where the state may be looking at sort of big picture questions about how cost allocation should be done in the future and how changing resource mixes might play into that discussion. Do you see any advantages to not deciding a particular cost allocation in this case, but leaving that issue a little bit open for resolution in the future?
Yes, I do, because the fact remains that there has to be a revenue allocation determined in this case. And, the parties have negotiated one that falls within the framework of the cost allocation studies that were done in this case without adopting any one specific study, yet achieves the necessary resolution of this important issue while not precluding a discussion further down the road that perhaps might be more generic about the way to approach cost of service analysis in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Thank you, hearing examiner Hirsch. Those are all of the follow-up questions that I had for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Do I hear anything from anyone else? Hearing nothing. Mr. Higgins, thank you so much for appearing here today, sir. You are excused. And at this point, I'm showing about 25 after 3. I think we should go ahead and take our
Can we take 15 minutes, Judge?
Yes, Mr. Lee. we'll come back at 3:40. And I believe, subject to change, I believe our next witness, I do not have any questions for Mr. Bieber. And based upon my witness selection, I'll hear briefly from Ms. Crane when we come back.
So, Your Honor, just for planning purposes, can Mr. Bieber be considered as excused then from the hearing?
Well, again, with the conditions that I've already said, that if the commission has questions or if he answered a bench request that they want to ask about, then he'll have to come back. But as far as I know, the commissioners do not have questions for Mr. Bieber, and I do not have questions.
Okay, and then just lastly, just quickly, it sounds like then that the witnesses that the commissioners have questions of, including Mr. Garrett, will be taken up after Ms. Crane and the other witnesses that you had questions for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Whenever I'm told that the commissioner who has questions for that witness is ready, then I'll let you know.
Great. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure the witnesses are properly on cue.
Okay. And I will go ahead and I see Miss Crane waiting in the room. And okay, so now it looks like 3:27. We'll come back at 3:42 from our afternoon recess, and then we'll have Miss Crane. Okay. Very well. We're recessed for 15 minutes.
Mr. Gedko, is Miss Crane your witness?
That's correct.
All right, just trying to be prepared.
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Lee?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Thank you very much.
Great.
Mr. Gedko, be sure you patience your rhythm. It's getting late in the day.
Okay. I'll just be doing an introduction and presenting Andrea for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Gedko. It's certainly not my intention to limit anything you need to do. Whenever you're ready, Judge.
All right, Mr. Lee, I was on the phone. We have one procedural matter that we need to deal with. Hello, Miss Crane.
Hello.
On the record, Judge.
Yeah, we're gonna deal with one procedural matter on the record. I need to find. Commissioner Hall.
I don't see her on the screen, Judge.
Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, Mr. Lee, the commissioner is going to join us, so while we're waiting for that, if you would go ahead and swear in Miss Crane.
Ms. Crane, would you raise your, you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter up pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, well. I guess we'll go ahead. Ms. Crane, you filed direct testimony in this case, and you also filed stipulation testimony, correct?
Yes, I did, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Well, it's good to see you again.
It's great to see you. Maybe someday we'll actually get back into a hearing room and see each other in person.
Yeah, well, I have to have an office for that first.
Well, that's true.
So, and we're going to hang on for my questions. I just need to deal with one procedural matter right now. Commissioner Hall, if you would just unmute yourself.
Yes.
It's my understanding that you have a procedural matter that you would like to deal with concerning SPS's response to your sixth superseding bench request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that bench request, you requested that SPS witness Deascendus provide certain information, correct?
Correct. Yes, I wanted the past 20 years of, I want an extension of the table he provided for a 1-year time period related to volatility. And I asked him to expand that table to the past 20 years. And so I was expecting to get a table with 20 more lines on them. But instead, I got a table with 1 line, which was the average of the past 20 years. So I would like to request that he correct that and give me 20 lines showing each of the past 20 years volatility metrics that he had provided in his first version of this table. So that's what I'd like for him to do. And I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dubois, do you understand what the commissioner wanted?
Will Du Bois for SPS. Yes, I appreciate that direction, and we will work on that, Commissioner Hall.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We need that. We need that before we can excuse the witness in case the commissioner has questions. So
There is.
ASAP on that, Mr. Du Bois.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that sufficient, Commissioner Hall?
Yes, that's absolutely just what I would like. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Okay.
So, Ms. Crane, the direct testimony, you had certain adjustments and changes that you proposed in your testimony, your direct testimony to SPS's proposal in its application and testimony, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And ultimately, as sometimes happens here before the commission, the parties entered into a stipulation, correct?
Yes, they did, Your Honor.
And you have been privy to stipulations before, correct?
Yes, I have.
And nobody gets exactly what they want, correct?
That's very true.
But what has been one of the there's been a couple of focus points of interest that have you been listening the past couple of days?
I have been listening to much of the hearing, not all of it, but much of it, yes.
And there seems to be questions with regard to what's in it, number one, and what's not in it. And I wondered if you generally could provide an explanation from the party's perspective on the benefits of what is referred to as a black box STIP.
Sure. Well, I think as you heard earlier, the benefits of a black box is that it allows parties to settle a case who may not otherwise be able to agree on a specific policy or a specific quantitative factor in the stipulation. However, the parties can agree on the broader outlines of the overall revenue requirement, as well as, in many cases, the allocation of that revenue requirement among the various customer classes. There are obviously, I don't think it's any surprise, there are obviously some issues that are extremely important, either because of a precedential value or a policy position that parties just feel they cannot give up on and are not willing in a settlement to, to frankly give up on their filed positions. And so the black box allows the stipulation a stipulation or a settlement to go forward. One that hopefully all the parties believe results in a fair resolution of the case, but it also allows the parties to retain their positions with regard to those very specific items that that they feel very strongly about.
Well, from the Attorney General's perspective, and again, I know you had certain adjustments. And changes that you, I guess I want to say were absorbed, or that the parties reached a settlement maybe different than the agreed upon position. One of the things that's been of interest, and I know you have a witness that testified specifically about the equity structure. But one of the concerns, especially putting in context the proposed base rate increases that were agreed upon in this case, I mean, generally, and I've got the Exhibit A to the stipulation up on the screen, and I think, as you have heard, there's some concern that even with the fuel decreases that are going to be applied, I mean, you're still looking at a total residential base rate increase of 10.84%. And I'm just wondering, when you add, well, let's just talk about it in terms of just that. I mean, did you hear the testimony this morning from Mr. Luth when I was asking him about the typical customer?
I did not. I was actually having some YouTube issues this morning, but apparently I was watching yesterday's hearing and thinking it was today's.
That it was today's? Yeah. Yeah, we really had on the Olympics. We just replayed yesterday. But and I don't have the numbers probably exactly right, but basically we're talking about a typical SPS customer that used like 800 to 900-ish units of energy a month. Their bill was around $80, and that potentially they could be getting like a $9 increase a month in their bill. And all I'm saying is, we have two commissioners that have SPS residential customers and other SPS customer classes. And I'm just wondering, how can you suggest that, if they were calling you up saying, hey, my rates are going up $10 a month.
Right. And I'm not unsympathetic to that at all. I'm very sympathetic. And in fact, we have the residential and small commercial customer in mind at all times when we're analyzing a case. Having said that, I mean, there are a couple of things going on. I think we all kind of knew that Hale and Sagamore were going to result in significant base rate increases. To some extent, we hope that those will be offset by reductions in fuel costs, but we knew, and in fact, the Attorney General put in testimony in those Hale and Sagamore cases saying that they're going to be very expensive. In addition to that, we have a lot of other capital expenditures that are being undertaken, not only by this company, but by utilities across the country. There's probably a lot of reasons for that. Some valid, some perhaps not, but the fact of the matter is there is quite a bit of capital being employed. And all of that puts upward pressure on rates. I can't really address specifically the 10 to 11% net change to residentials. I can share with you my perspective of how I analyzed the numbers in order to determine whether or not I felt it was just and reasonable, if you'd like me to do that.
Yes, please.
I actually started with our filed position. And our filed position, you may recall, was at the company's claimed capital structure, but it was at a 9.1% cost of equity. And that resulted in an increase, per my testimony, of about $58 million. As you have heard, there was one pretty significant change in the settlement, in that the Lubbock settlement refund was pulled out of base rates. If that had been reflected in my testimony, that a recommendation would have been just under $60 million. So to my mind, I'm starting with a number of $60 million. Now I'm looking at an increase of 62.4, and frankly, that is only about 5% off of that $60 million number once you adjust for Lubbock. So I'm saying, I have to go 5% higher than I recommended in this case. And to be honest, I didn't think that was a whole lot of movement in order to get to the settlement number. The company, on the other hand, they came down about 28% from their originally filed position. So I felt pretty good about that. The other thing I'll mention is, as I indicated, we recommended a 9.1% ROE. And if you assume that that is the number that at least the Attorney General had on its mind when it evaluated the settlement agreement, we're talking, as I said, at about $60 million there. If you look at the unspecified adjustment, if you look at the adjustments that I had in my testimony that are not mentioned somewhere in the stipulation, okay? Because some of them are. There are a few things that are well defined, but if you look at those that are not, and I add up what they were worth in my testimony, they were worth about $3.6 million, those adjustments. And if you look at the unspecified adjustment as quantified in Exhibit D of the settlement agreement, you're looking at about a $2.3 million unspecified adjustment. So the Attorney General therefore can assume that we got maybe somewhere about 64% of all of those things that aren't specifically identified. In addition, there are a couple of important things that are specified. The most important probably being depreciation expense. And the depreciation expense that is included in the stipulation is very close to the depreciation expense adjustment that I recommended in my testimony. And frankly, that's an important one, because there are a lot of items that that aren't really going to impact the next case. I mean, at the next case, we're going to start with a fresh rate base. We're going to start with fresh expenses, and we're going to begin that analysis sort of all over again. But with regard to depreciation expense, that's going to have a direct impact on that beginning rate base in the next base rate case. So I always am much more concerned about those revenue requirement components that are going to impact me in the next base rate case. So when you look at all of that together, the settlement seems reasonable. And, I agree that 9 or 10 or 11% is high. I mean, that's a high increase in my view. But when you look at the underlying financials that the company provided to us, you look at the analyses that were done, not only by me, but by the other interveners, we were all relatively close in terms of our revenue requirement. There just doesn't seem to be a lot, you know, a lot of places where we could make further movement.
Okay. And I know on page 41 of your direct testimony and talking about the depreciation expense.
I'm sorry, Judge. I know on page 41, did you say?
Yes, sir. Where you're talking about your recommendation on the depreciation expense, you recommended a $5,824,957. Didn't they agree pretty close to that?
Yes, they did.
See, it seems like it was somewhere around 5 million.
Yeah, I think it was actually maybe a little over 5 million. So it was very close.
And so you believe that that's not something we look at now. That's something that sets the table for the next.
Well, I mean, we look at it now in terms of it impacts the revenue requirement in this case. So basically, it's like roughly half of what the company had asked for in terms of its increase in depreciation expense. But I think it's a very important. So, I mean, every adjustment that we make impacts, you know, rates, obviously in this case. But the fact of the matter is, it will also sort of have an indefinite impact on rates, because depreciation is really a pay me now or pay me later type of, you know, type of expenditure. So to the extent that we are giving them a higher depreciation expense now, that will result in a lower rate base in the next case, all other things being equal. So they're definitely related.
And then you also, in your stipulation testimony at page 5, you're talking about some of the specifically identified items, and you reference at line 17 and 18. The stipulation also includes rate case expenses of $1,877,560.
All right,
which
Judge,
are
the number again.
$1,877,560, which thank you, sir, which are to be amortized over 2 years. And that was an issue you had in your direct testimony, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It was not only the amount, but it was the amortization period.
That's correct. I had a 3-year amortization period.
And as then you go on to talk about the Lubbock credit, as well as the deferred fuel balance credit of, as you say, on lines 2 and 3 on page 6, that credit's $12,269,833 over a 1-year period of time, correct?
Correct. Now, I did not have that issue in my testimony, because my testimony only addressed base rates, and that's actually a fuel issue. So
right.
I didn't address that at all in my direct testimony.
Right, and I'm just trying to get an understanding, because what I take away from your stipulation testimony, since you're the witness for the group that testified, is that there are benefits that perhaps are not going to show up on Exhibit A to the stipulation to the ratepayer. So, for example, you know, we see the FPPCAC fuel reductions actually in that revenue exhibit, but yet it's not going to show up, or one of the things that isn't going to show up is that deferred fuel balance credit, correct?
That is correct. It's not going to show up in base rates, but it is going to show up in the fuel. It is going to show up in the changes in fuel.
But it's not included in the changes in fuel on that exhibit, is what I've been told.
Okay, I'm not sure about that because I really
Okay.
didn't look at the fuel piece in any
Okay.
detail, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you agree with the witness from yesterday who was talking about the unused tax credits? Did you hear that testimony?
I did not. Was that the production tax credits with?
No, it has to do with, and I shudder to say, ADIT.
It's one of my least favorite topics.
Yeah, you and me both. I seem to remember in 12 I think it was 350. Yeah, that issue being very painful. But did you look at any of the ADIT in this case, or?
Yes, I would have, and actually, I cannot recall now, what the situation was, but that is an issue, especially since the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. I've been looking at closely in every case, so I'm confident that I looked at it, but I can't tell you now what they're doing.
Well, I think the part that I was getting clarification on had to do with the fact that they said they had all of these tax credits that they couldn't use because they didn't earn enough. And I'm like, well, and they want to make them a regulatory asset or put them in some kind of deferred account. And it's like, well, don't you just lose them? And they're like, no, you don't just lose them. You can carry them forward.
Yeah, it's my understanding. You're probably talking about the regulatory asset on the NOL, the unused NOLs. Yes. Yeah, it's my understanding that that they're actually required to book it that way, and that we are, because I've actually attempted to oppose that in prior cases, and I believe that that's a normalization issue, and that they're restricted as to how they can, or how we're restricted, I guess, as to how we can deal with that. So I as much as it pains me, I don't think that we can avoid including those NOLs as a regulatory asset in rate base.
Yeah, regulatory assets are interesting, interesting animals, I think. Okay, I mean, I think I understand your testimony. I mean, you do think this is in the public interest, and I think rightly you have pointed out that, at least from the Attorney General's perspective, from the 1744 case, that being 17-00044, the CCN case for Hale and Sagamore, that from your perspective, there was a consequence of giving the CCNs to Hale and Sagamore, even with the energy and cost cap protections, right?
Yes, although I will say that there is sort of a 10-year look back, so we will have the opportunity at some point in the future to examine Hale and Sagamore again and look at the actual revenue requirement impact over that 10-year period. And the company is required to meet certain performance standards and to demonstrate a net benefit over that period to ratepayers. So I'm hopeful that when that look back happens, we will see that there has actually been a net benefit to ratepayers. But that may take 10 years for us to see that.
And did you look at their numbers, at their cost numbers for Sagamore?
In the original CCN case or?
No, in this case.
Here, I looked at the revenue requirement calculation.
Did you hear the witnesses? Did you hear Mr. Lytle this morning?
I did not.
Okay. No, he gave a very thorough explanation to me. I wanted to know why the cost, you know, I mean, I know that Sagamore is bigger than Hale, but I wanted to know why the cost really seemed a lot more. And so he was testifying as to all the reasons between the SPP queue and negotiating that, and then the increased costs for some of the things, and then COVID, and then trying to ship and not use rail and whatever. Like I say, I just wondered if you had looked at those things and
No, I looked at the revenue requirement, but I didn't look at the underlying cost components.
Okay, very well. And I guess just to get back to my question, you were in the 19-00170 case, which was the last rate case.
I was
for Hale. And
was.
And basically at that point, under the percentage, you know, before the fuel reduction, we were looking at a 9.99% increase for residential. And then allegedly, once all the everything else was included, it has a 3.53 percentage increase of total revenue. But just looking at that 9.9, I mean, if you're adding the 9.9 to the 20.77, that's getting you know, in less than what, 2 years?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
well, I think we pointed out though in the CCN case that, I mean, Hale and Sagamore, I don't remember exactly what the increase in rate base was on a percentage basis, but it was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I want to say 40%, something like that. It was just huge. And as I said, and then you look at all of the other capital expenditures, especially on things like transmission, you know, that's being undertaken. You know, I wish I had a better answer for you. I mean, I wish there was some way we really could, you know, could get those numbers down. But unfortunately, at this point, you know, they kind of are what they are.
And I understand that. And, you know, there was other than a certain hearing examiner that had an issue with retroactive rate making. I believe everybody else was pretty much on board with, you know, with the STIP that was filed in that case. And it seems as if if I can recall correctly, there were lots of comments that were favorable to getting that, not only from, even though it wasn't posited as a renewable resource. I mean, it was offered as an economic resource, right? Or economic resources. A whole plethora of different interest groups, from ministers to ranchers to school people, and a lot of people wanted the wind farms, as I recall.
They Absolutely, absolutely. Because even though the company didn't justify it in terms of it being a renewable resource, there were a lot of other groups that looked at it as primarily a renewable resource as opposed to just a resource needed to provide system energy. So you're right, and there were a lot of groups that supported it.
I mean, we did have, the prairie chicken that, Mr. Bagatko and I were fondly remembering earlier. And I, of course, am, since I don't have an office, I don't have my picture of the prairie chicken. But yeah. Okay. Well, Ms. Crane, I appreciate it. And is it Chairman Fishman? Do you have some questions that you'd like to ask Ms. Crane?
Yes, I do. I'm wondering if you could put the rate by class chart back up. From the stipulation.
I can.
Thank you.
And just to let the Attorney General know, I believe after Ms. Crane, Mr. Chairman, you're going to have some questions for Dr. Gigax.
Correct.
Very well. There it is. Okay, I just need to share it. All right, sir.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to come up. There we go. I quite frankly do have a concern with the net residential bill increase of 10.84%. And if we look at this exhibit, the total New Mexico retail increase, very bottom right-hand corner of the chart, is 4.89%. But the residential service is more than double that increase. And the other interesting piece to me is that, I'll do this in the form of questions. Do you see that, Ms. Crane, that the total increase across all classes is 4.89%?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then I look at a couple in particular, but one that really stands out is large general service transmission, which is minus 1.48%. And do you see that?
I do.
Okay. My concern is not only that it's a high increase, but it's that it's much higher than the average increase for residential customers. And there are other customers that get a much bigger decrease. My understanding, and tell me if this is correct, is that one of the big reasons for that is that fuel is a much bigger portion of the large transmission service bill, if you will, in total. And because of that, when you lower the fuel costs, it has a much bigger impact on the large general service transmission customer than it does on the residential customer. Is that a good way of looking at it?
I think that's accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And I understand that completely from a cost of service standpoint. But before I go on, I'll ask this question. If we were to change the distribution of the rate increase among the classes, would that in any way, does that, we can do that, I'll ask it this way, can we do that without impacting the revenue requirement?
Well, first of all, let me begin by just saying I'm not a rate design expert. So, but I will answer your question as a non-rate design expert. Dr. Giax probably will have a much better answer than I do. I certainly believe that you could, but I think you have limited ability to do so, and here's why. You could, should you choose to do so, reallocate the $62.4 million increase. But if you look at how that's allocated in the stipulation, there really isn't a lot of, there's not a lot of room there. I mean, you're worried about, rightfully so, the residential and the small commercial. Well, the small commercial is already at the system average. Residential's only slightly above that. Dr. Gigax recommended 1.07% cap. So in order to really make an impact there, I believe that what you would have to do is you'd have to lower the residential piece by a lot below the system average, and you'd probably have to increase some of the other classes much above the system average. And from what I understand, that would probably in many cases be contrary to the results of the class cost of service studies that at least some parties have done in this case. From a mathematical perspective, you can take 62.4 million and you could allocate it to any class that you chose to do so, provided there wasn't some legal prohibition against being arbitrary and capricious or something. But you could do that from a mathematical standpoint. I don't believe you have nearly as much flexibility, or perhaps any flexibility, with regard to the fuel pieces, because they are charged on an energy basis, and unless you went in and completely revamped the entire process for how you treat the fuel component, I think you're pretty much tied at this point in time to recovering those costs on an energy basis. So I don't really think that you have much flexibility there. But with the base rate increase, you could probably pretty much do whatever you want, although again, it may be contrary to what the class cost of service studies are telling you you should do.
And just for the record, if I might, Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
Ms. Crane, when you're talking about the system average increase, looking at Exhibit A, you're looking at that 19.32, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 19.32 is the system average increase. And so when you talk about the residential only being 1.07 above the system-wide increase, I believe, as I don't know if you were listening, but as witness Higgins testified a few minutes ago to me, you divide the 20.77 into the 19.32, and that gives you the 1.07
Correct.
number, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So if you wanted to give your residentials a lot lower increase, you'd obviously have to make it up somewhere else. So I just don't think you have a lot of room unless you deviated greatly from both the system average as well as the results of the class cost of service studies.
So hearing examiner Hurst, could you bring up, and I don't know if you still have it from yesterday, the stipulated increase from the Hale rate case and how that was distributed? So it's the exact same exhibit except from the 2019 rate case.
I passed it. I'm not finding it, Commissioner. I can represent. Wait, I know I have it in a different place. Hang on.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
kind of
I
go.
thought I had it in my email, but I actually think I have it in my documents.
Yeah,
Um,
same one we brought up when we talked
Yeah.
to Luke yesterday.
this is it, but as the witness pointed out yesterday, or as the commissioner pointed out yesterday, that's not got the writing on the top of it. And it's like, no, it doesn't have the writing on the top of it, but I can represent that the numbers are the same.
Okay.
Okay, hey, I just need to get to the share.
Thank you.
It doesn't want to go. There we go. Okay. And that's it. Okay. Can we see it?
Yeah. You may
Okay.
want to enlarge it a little if anyone can't see it. It's because it's off in the corner, but
Yeah, good luck on that.
no, it's not critical. But anyway, so if you go down to the lower right-hand corner, Ms. Crane, you see at the far lower right-hand corner that the total revenue increase across all classes, when you net out the fuel cost savings, comes to 2.48%. Whoa, you did it. Even I can read that.
Yeah, yes, I see that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And then if we can scroll up to the top, you may want to make it a little smaller so you don't have to scroll, Elizabeth.
Boy, picky.
Yeah. But I'm trying to save you work.
There you go.
So if I go up to the total, yeah, there you go. There we go. Do you see the total residential increase, third row, right-hand column? And I see 3.53%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to go down now to, and again, this is just picking two to give an example, but the issues kind of go across the rate design. If I look at large general service transmission, that has an increase of 1.93%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As I look at this total increase on total revenues net of fuel savings, I see a fairly even distribution across all the classes, at least much more even than what's proposed in this stipulation. Would you agree that that's the case?
I would. And
okay.
And there's a reason for that mathematically, if you'd like me to.
Yeah, that was my next question.
Okay. Well, just looking at it, a couple things stand out. And unfortunately, we've now lost, because I think it was being blown up, we've lost the total number in the fuel increase, but it was 25 million and something is that number that's now just dashes, because we've lost the FPPCAC increase, at least on my screen.
Oh, yeah,
But
the column got too narrow.
the
huh?
column got too narrow. Okay, so it's
There we go.
25 point, like 0.3. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you take a look at that, we had 25.3 of fuel savings and we had, let's call it 31 of base rate increase. Okay. So you had about 80, your fuel reduction was about 82% of your base rate increase. All right. In this case, we have about a 64% differential. So basically, for each dollar of base rate increase, you have less of a fuel offset in this case than you had in the last case, right? I mean, the last case, again, it wasn't quite 1-to-1. It was like 80%, but this, now we're down to only about 64% of the dollar amount that the fuel decrease is only about 64% of the base rate increase. So it's harder to get a complete offset, or any offset. It's harder to get an offset in this case than it was in the last case. The other thing I noticed is that in the last case, the large general service transmission customers, I believe that if you take a look at that 13.22 and you compare that to the 11.37, which is the overall system average,
Yeah.
in the last case, the large general service transmission customers got about a 16% premium to the system average. Whereas in this case, that premium is much smaller. So it's about a 2% in this case, and it was 16% in the last case. So a couple of things are going on. Overall, you have lower fuel savings relative to the amount of the increase, number one. Number two is you have a lower increase to your general large service transmission customers in this case, relative to the last case. And also going to residential, in the last case, the residential customers actually got less than the system average. In this case, they're getting 7% above the system average. So you're allocating relatively more to the residentials in this case. You're allocating less to the large commercial than you did in the last case. And you also have less fuel savings compared to your base rate increase. When you put all of those numbers together, that's why you have the different percentages in this case and the different relationship between fuel and base rates from the last case.
Mhm. Well, we can't work through all those numbers right now. I don't intend to. I'm not sure if the 80 to 60% would make up for all the difference in the relative increases for residential and large general service, but I get your major point there. So what I'd like to do now, I'm just creating all kinds of work for H.E. Hurst, hearing examiner Hurst. H.E. Hurst is going to be your nickname for me all the time, so she gets really mad at me and sick of it. Is that I'd like to look at the proposed rate design in SPS's original filing on the current rate case.
And do you know, Commissioner, which schedule that was in?
God, I had that here yesterday and I just ran to my office and I'm searching.
Or can you help me out, Mr. Du Bois?
Will Du Bois for SPS. I can start, Your Honor, but I'm not going to get there quickly myself, probably.
It's called this is attachment RML1 on Mr. Luth's direct testimony.
Okay.
Found it.
you know what page it is?
It's just page 1 of 1 is all I've got on here. I don't know the page on the computer.
Okay, because I'm having, it's a 93 page exhibit. RML1.
Correct. Direct testimony, page 1 of 1. And there's a trick for turning that Commissioner Hall told us yesterday.
Yeah, it's not letting me do it.
I can't remember what it was.
Well, it's, you should just be able to right click on it, but it's not letting me turn it. I don't know why.
Was it a double right click?
Well, single or double, it's not. So unless there's a,
We can turn our computers.
Your Honor, Your Honor, Michael McMillan here. I think it's because you're in the Dropbox preview version of this. If you opened it in Adobe, it would likely allow you to turn the document.
okay. I must still be in the preview because it's not coming up. Sorry, Commissioner.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can manage to read it. I've got a hard copy here.
Okay, why don't you give it a try, Commissioner? What's your,
Okay. So I'm looking at column J, which is percent proposed increase in total revenue with Sagamore fuel reduction. So it's, as I interpret it, it's basically the equivalent to the right-hand column we were looking at in the first 2 exhibits that we were looking at. And Mr. Luth in his proposed rate design, and this is before, this was worked out before the revenue requirement was adjusted. So all the numbers are higher. But what I'd like you to pay attention to is the relative percentage increase for each of the classes. Does that make sense to you, Ms. Crane?
It does.
Okay, good.
can you see it now?
I'm having a little trouble seeing it, but maybe if you just give me the numbers, the relative numbers in your question,
Go from there.
I'd go from there.
So the total increase across all classes in that, in the original filing was 10.05%. The residential increase that Mr. Luth worked out was 9.44%. And the LGST, large general service transmission, I have to come across here.
Can you see it now?
Pardon? Oh,
I can see it. It's just, it's very difficult for me to actually read the numbers. When I try and expand it, I lose definition in it, in the
Okay.
numbers. So that's why I'm having some trouble with it.
okay.
But I'm following you. I am following you.
Okay. And the large transmission, it shows a 12.65%. So when I look at that, it seems to me that Mr. Luth was able to work out a very different distribution among the classes of the price increase. And apparently he felt just fine with it, fine enough that he submitted his testimony. So, and that was part of the original proposal. What do you make of that?
Can I just ask you a question? Does that exhibit also have the percent base rate increase numbers comparable to what we've been talking about, or just the net number?
It does have the base rate numbers, absolutely. And it's a super high base rate number for the industrial customer. It's 45.46%.
For the large general
Yeah, and I'm
service
just gonna,
transmission?
for our discussion, let's just take those two to keep it simple. So it is a large base rate increase. And for the residential, which I assume you want to know, between space heating and residential, I guess they don't have a total for the two here, but it averages out to about 19.6%.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay.
So for whatever reason, he felt very comfortable doing that. You know, again, it seems like it can be done.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
About that exhibit? Ask you. I just heard from the last witness that the original proposal from SPS did not calculate all of the production costs necessary the same way, so that wind was calculated on an energy only basis, while the rest of the generation was calculated on a that 4 CP model.
Correct. I believe that's true from the testimony I read.
Okay.
So I believe that's absolutely the case. And that's obviously, that's one of the things that Mr. Luth did to arrive at this result. But again, he's, you know, a very competent rate guy. We talked yesterday in testimony. And, you know,
So I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I think you posed a question to Ms. Crane.
Sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Crane.
Was your question just, should I comment on that? I don't remember the question.
Yeah, it was kind of a general
Okay.
question. Is, you know, Mr. Luth managed to do it, and felt it was proper. And you know, so my question to you is, you know, you were saying you felt that there was just no room to do this. Is there anything here that we're looking at that you think is improper?
Well, it's interesting. And again, I mean, I'm not the rate design expert, but just a couple things jump out at me. from the numbers that you gave me, it sounds like the percentage base rate increase per the stipulation for residentials is pretty close to the percentage increase filed by SPS. I think you said that was about 19.6% base rate increase in Mr. Luce's testimony, and the stipulation is 20.77. So in spite of the fact that we have gone from $87 million, down to $62.4 million, the percentage increase to the residentials has actually gone up slightly. So, I note that. I'm not sure, why the parties, I'm not sure what's behind that, because I really didn't focus on rate design, but certainly the large general service transmission, if they went from 45% increase down to 19.7, I mean, that's a huge reduction. So it appears to me that dollars were shifted into the residential class in the stipulation. And that may have been because I understand there were parties that took offense, if you will, or disagreed with SPS's proposal to allocate the Hale and Sagamore generation based on an energy basis with regard to the base rate increase. So it may have been that that movement was necessary to bring everybody on board. I'm not sure, because again, I'm not really the rate design person and really wasn't involved in the stipulation with regard to rate design, at that level of detail. But those are two things that kind of jump out. And again, I think probably my guess is that the fuel numbers, the FPPCAC impacts just kind of flow through, because I'm assuming that there's no change between the way that SPS envisioned those costs to be recovered, which would be on an energy basis, and the stipulation, which also assumes that they're going to be recovered on an energy basis. So it seems to me that all the play is probably with the base rates, and then whatever relationship exists between the base rate increase and the fuel decrease just kind of plays out, mathematically, and you get whatever you get with regard to what the net impact of those two numbers would be.
So, I'm not trying to ask you to be a rate-based expert or, calculate what it should be. But to me, I'm looking at this, and give me your reaction. I'm looking at this and saying, well, somehow a person who's versed in rate design put out a design that distributes the pain, the increase, a lot more equally across the classes. And so I guess the question becomes, would you agree? I guess I should never say this to somebody who's got to support the stipulation, but I'll do it anyway. Is that, would you agree that there are different viewpoints of how this increase could be done, that a rate design committee could go back and make adjustments?
Well, I'm absolutely sure that there are different ways that this can be done. Whether or not a committee could actually agree on an alternative, I'm not so sure. I certainly think that any one individual could go back and make adjustments, but I'm not sure that you could get all of the signatories in a room and that they would come out with something that everyone agreed upon.
Well, if the commission set parameters in an order to do that, could we then achieve that?
Perhaps. I mean, I guess the fallback is, now I guess it's almost an issue of, I suppose a party could say, if they weren't happy with the distribution of the revenue increase, I suppose they could pull out of the stipulation. So if that was an option, then, potentially there would be parties that would no longer choose to be signatories. Obviously, parties would have to reevaluate the benefits or the detriments to their particular client, and deciding whether or not they wanted to go forward with the stipulation or not. So I don't know, each party would just have to come to their own conclusion.
Right. I understand exactly what you're saying there, and I understand the dynamics at play, but thank you for reiterating. So I have one particular concern, and that is that we're coming off of COVID, and we've done a shut-off freeze, and we've got a lot of customers who are deep in arrearages, mostly residential and small. It's not the big guys. They've paid their bills, but they've got significant arrearages. And if that wasn't the case, I'd still be concerned about the size of this rate increase for these low income customers that we have, that, every dollar is precious. But I'm triply concerned when I know that a lot of these folks have arrearages of $300, $500, $1,000. And now to put this on top of them when they're trying to dig out from that creates a real concern for me. And here's a real softball question. Is that a legitimate concern from your perspective?
Well, sure, it's a legitimate concern because you should always be concerned about the impact on ratepayers. I mean, whether it's the fact that the uncollectibles are so high right now because of COVID, or just even under normal business circumstances. I mean, the Attorney General is always very concerned about the ultimate impact on ratepayers, and I think the Commission should be too. So we certainly, share that pain. It's a complex question because to the extent that you have a ratepayer who isn't paying their bill, one of two things has to happen. Either the company has to absorb those costs, or other ratepayers have to pay them. And so, frankly, I wouldn't be too concerned if the company were to absorb those costs, but shifting costs onto other ratepayers is also generally a concern. So it's a balancing act. It's absolutely a balancing act. And at the end of the day, you have some tough choices to make, but I think you should always be concerned about rate impact.
And just one more question on this is, Elizabeth, could you go back to not the, I'm not sending you where you think I'm sending you. Go back to the easiest to call up of the 3 exhibits that we can actually read. Any one of them will do.
Oh.
See, this is where H.E. Hurst is a true soldier.
Now, so which exhibit would you like, Mr. Chairman?
If you can bring up the stipulation, if that's the easiest for you.
Okay.
RML 1.
I just went out from Dropbox. Let's go back into Dropbox. Oh, I'm just thinking about all the good practice that I'm getting with Dropbox.
And she's cursing under her breath that it's
No, like you say, I'm faster than I thought I could be.
There you go.
So excitement abounds. Let's see. Rotate. Then you come back over and share the screen. Okay.
Okay, terrific. So Ms. Crane, it sounds so formal, but I'm going to say Ms. Crane. If I look at the total present base revenues column, that's the one on the far left, and I look at total residential base revenues, I see 93,808,092. Is that what you see?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then, and
Is that
this is
millions
where
of
I'm gonna-
dollars? Is that in millions of dollars?
Yes, that's in, correct. That's in dollars. So 98,808,092.
93.
Okay, and then, Ms. Crane, if we go down that same column to total commercial and industrial, I see total present base revenues of 202,049,130.
Yes.
Okay. So again, I'm just very roughly spitballing just to get a concept across. The total commercial industrial is approximately 2 times the total residential. And probably if I convert it to kilowatt hours, and this is super rough, you know, I'd say I would, across those 3 classes, kick it up another 60% or something. If I was to convert to kilowatt hours and talk about the difference, so that it'd be, you know, maybe 3 times. But the point I want to make here is it appears to me, and answer if this is correct, that because the total revenue from commercial industrial is so much larger, you can make some movements in rates that on a per kilowatt hour would impact the residential service on a per kWh charge a lot more than it would impact the commercial and industrial. Is that a good way to think of it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the actual numbers would be, but obviously, if you are going to be shifting significant dollars, you have to shift, you know, you have to have a place to shift them. And sometimes the problem is that a rate class is just so small that, you know, you can't really shift dollars there, because you would just, the result would just be too overwhelming. There just aren't enough customers there to absorb a shift of those dollars. It would appear, just looking at this chart, and of course, without having the underlying sales data, it's tough to say, but because you do have a significant commercial and industrial base in this company, you probably would have more ability to shift dollars than if you were looking at a company that had a very small commercial and industrial base.
Okay. So that's it. I hadn't been planning to examine you, but after getting on a little early and hearing you, I just wanted to follow up on the rate design issue, and I appreciate your patience with me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Getko, any follow-up for Ms. Crane?
No.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Any follow-up based on my questions, the chairman's questions? Okay, hearing no one. Ms. Crane, thank you so much for appearing here today. and you are excused.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
I believe that due to the lateness of the hour, it's now after 5 o'clock. It's probably wise for us to suspend and recess our hearing, and just looking forward to tomorrow. I believe that if it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, we'll begin at 9 with Dr. Gigax, and then Attorney General Witness. Is it Cahal or Cahill?
I think it's Cahal. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Gedko?
I was going to seek full clarification on that. I've been saying Cahill, but
Okay. All right. Well, let us know tomorrow. Okay. Very well. And just to let the chairman know, I was advised that, is that right? I was advised that he has a appointment at 2. Is that correct?
that's correct. I believe it was 2:30, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Originally, it was that he needed the afternoon off, but he communicated with me that he could be with us till approximately 2 p.m., I believe.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get through those witnesses. Do you think, Mr. Chair? And then we'll go back to the
Yeah, I will, just as a heads up, I'll have a lot more questions for Mr. Cahal, if I've got the name right.
okay. And
what do I need to do, Kevin? What's the word you used?
I don't recall. What?
Anyway, it cracked me up. Anyway,
Okay.
we resolved the issue of his pronunciation soon.
Okay. And then we will go back after we finish with the Attorney General's witnesses and what's your pleasure, Mr. Chairman? Shall we go back to, in the order of presentation, if we were doing that, then we would go with the FEA LES witnesses, Walters and Gorman.
That would be fine. That would work just fine.
I don't know if Commissioner Hall has a preference.
I don't either on that.
Okay. But I know that she has questions for Mr. Cahal. And so tentatively then we'll start out with Dr. Gigax and the other Attorney General witness, and then potentially go with Mr. Walters and Mr. Gorman, subject to Commissioner Hall's schedule. That's all right. Okay. Thank you all. And we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Mr. Du Bois, did you have a?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Didn't see you wave.
Sorry, very briefly, I did want to give an update that we should have that revised version of what Commissioner Hall directed very shortly now. That should be on its way in the next very little bit. And I did want to note that we did get, Mr. Chairman, the bench number 5 that was related to PPAs earlier today. And I believe we are caught up at this point.
Okay.
Once 6 is actually circulated.
Okay, so you think you have already sent hearing bench requests 5, 6, 7, and 8?
We have sent 5, and 6 should be on its way very shortly. The amended 6 that Commissioner Hall,
And 7 and 8 were this morning
correct, Your Honor.
or last night. Okay.
It's blurs, but yes.
All right. Please
And-
remind me in the morning and we'll try to deal with all of them.
And thank you. And Mr. Diascendis, I understand can be available between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow if he needs to come back.
Okay. I will let Commissioner Hall know. As long as we have his response before then. Okay.
I don't want to jinx it, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, because that might not work if it's not complete. So, okay.
Certainly.
Mr. Marks, you look like you're going to talk.
Yes, Ms. Hurst, you've already excused me, but since I've been here throughout the whole hearing thus far, I did want to let you know I will actually not be here tomorrow at 9. I'll probably be back at 10:30 or so. I'm getting my head examined. So
I'm not going to touch that one, Mr. Marks, but thanks for the heads up.
okay, I'll let you know.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you all. We're recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Judge,
Mr. Lee.
are the commission exhibits in Dropbox, the ones we admitted today?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's the very latest Dropbox you sent, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes. So basically what I did after I put those in is that some of the things that the parties have sent, I'm emailing to you because, okay, but
were they admitted today?
all of the commission exhibits have been admitted. We did 1 through 3 on the first day.
Right.
And then we did
4 through 28
today. Now,
okay.
We will have, if Commissioner Hall wants the responses to her bench request, then we will have a few more, but I'm hoping they're not going to be so big that I have to put them in Dropbox. I'll just email those.
All right. I just need the commission exhibit so I can turn the transcript out tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. If you have any problem, they are very voluminous, which is why I put them in the Dropbox. I forget how many megabytes they are, but if you have any issues with them, just give me a call.
You got it.
Okay.
You bet.
I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay. Yeah, I got to go into town.
Bye-bye.
I haven't checked my mail in a week. See ya.
Enjoy the drive.